Hello. Good. Sorry. 1 second. 1 second. I will just wait a second. We do this again. We do this again. Oh. Back to start up. Attention, everybody. Thank you for coming here, recruits. We have gathered here today for the greatest battle of your lifetime. This here behind you, this beautiful sight, this is the battlefield we will be conquering together. Hello, everybody. Let me say a hi properly to everybody who came today. Um, Yoruna. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon. Hello, Zoin. Congrats on first. Hiya, Hash. Hi, hello. Hello. Hiya, Rex. Hi, Chaos Rose. Hi, Hiwa. Hi, Cat Pancake. Hi, Daruka. Hiya, Taswin. Hiya, Gamer Boy. Hi, Fake Great Highway. Hi, Nailmaster. Hiya, hello. Hiya, Slacker Zack. Hiya, Bacon Gon. Hiya, Echo. Hiya, Tersmo. Hiya, Taisahu. Hiya, Ursugo. Hiya, Ratio. Hello. Hiya, Captain. Hi. Hiya, Sandwich. I am a Comic Cat veteran, indeed. Hiya, Batches. Hiya, Star Fox. Hello. We're all sitting in front of you, yeah. Because, no. Comi. I can't talk. Technically, I've had this chat asset as well. It's actually the one I've used for war back in the day when we did the Nobunaga's Ambition one as well. Hiya, Kate. Hiya, Kite, and hiya, Viso. Okay, so, please forgive me. I'm a little nervous today. I think I'm actually more nervous than I was with karaoke. Yeah, it's like when you teach Elisha for a school trip. Yep, exactly. Now, of course, we are here a day beforehand, giving you guys a lay of the land. It's not actually that sunny out anymore, but let's just pretend. The sun is still in the sky. Hi, Landfoil. Hi. Finally, the season is here. Yes, it is. I'm a little nervous because I worked very hard on this, but I'm gonna do my best. I'm all dressed up. I'm ready to go. Well, please forgive me for my nerves. I'm sure we'll get into it a little bit because I think COMIKET is wonderful. It's basically what it comes down to. So behind me over here, we've got the building itself, this big site. But I will be talking much more about that when we get to it. You got this? Thank you. Also, hi, Azu. I know that like, uh, I want to make this like as entertaining as possible. I will also answer questions if you guys have those, like either during or after the presentation. I went a little bit in depth so that like if you ever do wind up going to COMIKETs, hopefully you'll be able to have a good time. It's multiple times a year. Don't worry, I will go over all the basic things in the presentation itself. In fact, let me grab the projector. Oh. There we go. Let me make sure I'm not blocking anything. Okay. Let me start it up. Have you been to this building last summer? Yes, they have a lot of other events in Tokyo, big side as well, like Tokyo Toy Store. You have like Komichiya. You have like just a lot of events. It's basically the biggest exhibition space that Japan has. So that's the reason why a lot of people go, good night, guys, good night. So, COMIKET. Welcome to my presentation, to the COMIKET Survival Guide, a way to detailed guides to everything COMIKET related, because I wanted to make sure I covered everything. Though I actually wound up cutting a little bit here and there because it was getting out of control. But let me go to the page. There we go. So, this is the general overview, the general contents. We're gonna be covering the basics. First, I'll talk to you a little bit about what is COMIKET, the history of COMIKET, what are doujinshi, the venue, big sites, whether you should go or not. I'll keep that part a little bit brief because it's just the basics. Right in front of the building. Well, that's because the event isn't taking place yet. So, this is your pre-battle briefing. Are we still at over 70? Oh yeah. 76, I think, in total. If it wasn't for me cutting content, we would have been over 100. um, maybe more. So don't worry, don't worry. I am sure that some bits down. So then I'll talk to you a bit about the planning. The planning is very important. Because like, well, I'll explain once we get to the planning. It is a war after all. Can we get the extended version? Probably not. With minimal stabbing, please, minimal stabbing. Yeah, I showed a lot of restraint. For one, I actually cut down the circle segments a lot just because I realized that it will be applicable to basically nobody. So instead, I'll focus on like what you can do as an attendee on the day thereof, as well as what you can do around the site and all that kind of stuff. So, going into it. Oh wait, before we go into it, big disclaimer. I'm just a slug. Please don't be mad at me. this guide, like I'm just a slug. I have experience. I think if we're counting individual days, I've been to COMIKET over 20 times. If we're counting only the years, it's probably around 9 or 10 different separate years. I've got like, I've got experience, but people's experiences might be different. Your experience may differ from mine. I'm just a slug, man. I am not a historian. I did my best to be as accurate as possible. I'm just a slug though. Please don't get mad at me. That's my disclaimer. Okay. So, first off, what is COMIKET? So, COMIKET stands for Comic Market, and it is held twice a year in Tokyo, and it is the biggest doujinshi event in the entire world. When I say big, we'll get into the numbers later, because it is bigger. For one, I looked up like some of the really big events you have in like America, like anime, like AX and that kind of stuff. It's like twice or triple the amount of attendees. When I say big, I say big. Oh my kid, thank you for the bone. We'll go into like specific numbers and stuff later. And also thank you everybody for coming in. I won't interrupt the presentation too much as people come in, but please know that I really appreciate you being here. So, it is held twice a year. In summer it is mid-August, which means that basically it's like roughly the second week, usually around between the 12th and the 16th, like it's on the weekend. While in the winter it is held on the end of the year. Traditionally, COMIKET is 3 days, but recently it has been 2 days. Basically, ever since the post-COVID era, they have like kind of shortened it down. Ironically, pre-COVID, the Olympics were going on. It was actually going on for 4 days. Why is the Portman of English words? I don't know. I didn't make it. Comic and market are both like komiku and marketo are both like katakana loanwords that people in Japan use. I don't know. I didn't coin it. Either way, it's something that like Japanese people will definitely know the meaning of as well, and I think it makes sense. There's nothing wrong with it if you ask me. Hello everybody. Hello. Welcome in. Welcome in. Okay. So, what is Comic Market? Here's a little timeline. The first one was held in 1975. This was back in the day where, fan doujinshi culture and stuff did exist, but it was like on a slightly smaller scale. It was this era of like sci-fi being very popular still. And I believe, from what I understand, the first one was held by a university circle that basically saw the need for like more amateur spaces in like doujin comics and such. Basically because like the events at the time and so on kind of preferred like professionals over amateur, and like basically the exact history like anybody can Google if you're curious, but the first one was held for 1 day. There are only 32 circles and about 700 participants. Then basically it's really hard to compare numbers with these days because we're kind of in a weird situation, because like post-COVID, well, COMIKET isn't as big as it was in 2018 or 2019, because like nowadays you have to have like tickets. They're still limited and probably will continue to be limited for I don't know exactly how long, meaning that attendance is a lot lower than it would usually be. Of course, there aren't any numbers yet for Winter COMIKET, but what I've listed is the numbers you had for the last summer. But compared to 2018, which was basically the last normal COMIKET. And you're looking at 3 days, 35,000 circles. A circle is basically a table where the artist is like selling the books. So like circle stands for like the amount of groups. The groups can be an individual in this case who have attended the event. So that is a lot of people. That's a lot of circles. Of course, this is like spread out over the course of 3 days. And as well as like 570,000 general participants. While in 2019 is a little bit complicated to talk about again because it was held over 4 days. This was because Tokyo Big Sight was actually used for the Olympics, or was going to be used for the Olympics. And then the Olympics didn't happen. But it basically meant they didn't have full reign of the building. During that site, they used the Aomi Exhibition Center. And to like accommodate the spread and the limited space, they actually held it across 4 days, which is why the attendance is a lot higher. And that's because there's an extra 4th day. By that degree, like, you won't be squashed flat. It's still gonna be busy. But of course, because the tickets are limited, and it's only 2 days, nowadays they have like compensated a little bit by including more of the halls. There were years where like only like East Hall up to 6 was used, but these days like you often see up to 8 and so on. The VOD will be saved, absolutely. So basically, it's a little hard to get like an idea of the great scale of the event these days, just because currently the ticket sales are being limited. They are still have less tables than they have in the past, but I'm sure that like given another few years, COMIKET will be back to its former glory, so to say. Though I do wonder like whether, because like as the scale of the event grows, it might be difficult to go back to an unticketed system, but you know, we'll just have to wait and see. I see a lot of people coming in. Hello. So that is a basic like overview of the numbers of COMIKET leading up to here. So what is COMIKET at the core? Well, I wanted to like put up the aims, because I think the aims of COMIKET are like very nice, and I really appreciate what COMIKET does for like both the anime, the manga, and the doujinshi community. Basically, to summarize what they're saying here is they want like an unrestricted environment for like any and all creators. COMIKET is not just for people who are professional, they're not just for upcoming mangaka. You do not get rejected based on the quality of your art, based on what you're drawing. It is literally for everybody, including non-artists, which we'll get to later, because the things sold at COMIKET encompass so much more than just art books or doujinshi. You have things like music, novels, writing, and like a lot of different stuff. So it is very, very cool. Basically, it like seeks to like spread like the relationships, and also like building blocks to like encourage this kind of diversity throughout Japan. It's bringing the art to the people. Exactly. I am not like most well spoken about this, but I think at the core, like the goals of COMIKET are like really admirable, and I really like it. Yeah, and it is very busy. That is the one thing that we're gonna go over later as well. Also, like on the top right, you see like a few more numbers. Like I said, pre kind of like weird stuff because of the Olympics and COVID, the average like amount of COMIKET attendee numbers was going up to like 570,000. Probably we would have been at around 600,000 or 650,000 these years, like at this rate. Is that accurate? Yes. It gets very, very crowded, and there will be many queues. We will be talking about that later as well. Whether or not there's breathing room, it actually depends on the day you're going and where you're going. Because there is actually a really big difference within the days. Now, it is a little bit more complicated these days because post-COVID they still haven't gone back to a 3-day system. But traditionally on the first day, especially if the morning rush has kind of cooled out, you can basically walk through like the corridor, so to say, between the tables with relative ease. The 3rd day, which is traditionally the original creation day, tends to be like this busy constantly all the time, and that's actually the one that's like the hardest to get through. But we'll go into that a little bit more as we discuss your planning. But first, we have to talk about what doujinshi are, because I feel like, It's a word you hear a lot online, but if you haven't looked it up yourself, you might not really know what it is. There's a lot of misconception about like doujinshi that we might will be covering soon as well. So at its core, if we're just looking at the etymology, like the basic kanji you have in this word, dojin, the first two, basically, literally, actually stands for like same person or same people. Meaning that like basically you have to think of it as like same interest. That can be like the same fandom, the same like obsession, the same kind of thing. While shi is like a standard kanji standing for like printed works. So very simply put, it's like, you know, printed works put out by like-minded people is like a very rough way you could like read it as well. That is not like an official term or something, but if you want to like kind of get the vibe for what it means, that's a rough way to see it. An easier way to understand is basically just something that is self-published and printed. Though things get like a little bit more complicated these days because of course you have online and digital publishing, and I think like very few people will argue that like digital doujinshi that are published on DL sites don't count. But traditionally speaking, doujinshi encompass the self-published and print works such as comics, magazines, novels, photo books, basically anything you can put down on paper. You'll also hear me talk about circles a lot. Yeah, a closest thing will be a fanzine, and that's why I'd say the closest thing, because there's one thing, is that it's not necessarily fandom related. I think fanzine is one thing where it obviously gets translated a lot, but a lot of doujinshi also encompasses original works involving people's original characters, which is why like fanzine is like there's no really good English translation for it, just because like it isn't necessarily connected to a pre-existing work, like it's not necessarily a secondary derivative or something else. Yeah. Good morning to everybody coming in. Hello. Yeah, Clamp started as a doujin circle. Indeed. There are many artists that you know nowadays that started as doujin circles back in the day. Clamp is a very famous example as having drawn JoJo doujinshi before they actually basically became famous with, well, Cardcaptor Sakura, Tsubasa, and like, you know, the many other stories they have drawn. I'm late, you're right in time. We're not that far in yet. So another thing you're also gonna hear me talk about a lot is circle. And basically circle just refers to the group, traditionally a group, but can also refer to somebody who is working alone. But you register as a circle when you're signing up to an event. And basically every table will have like 1 or 2 circles sitting behind it. And that is roughly what that means. So they are just like the people making, in this context, people making the doujinshi and or other goods at the event. Circle has a wider meaning in Japanese, but that's the only meaning you need to know for this specific presentation. And then there's also the fact that even though it is known as the biggest doujinshi event in the world, COMIKET actually has many other things. You might hear about things called doujin goods, doujin music, doujin games. You can hear the word like doujin katsudo, which basically means doujin activities. This is when we hit 206 bones. That will happen when it happens. Fox will get it first. Could have sold copies of the Eye of Argon here? Technically, yeah. If that was like his own original work and he wanted to like self-publish on like an independent scale and he lived in Japan, he theoretically could have, yes. So, basically, doujin music is, I think, one of the more famous alternative versions of like doujin objects you can find at COMIKET. Doujin music specifically in the Toho categories is very big. Certain fandoms will attract people who will make remixes of them, and they will say them as doujin ongaku or doujin music. Doujin goods basically encompass well, nearly anything you can think of: keychains, standees, pillowcases, and so on and so forth. And doujin games, or also known as doujin soft, can include like, well, basically like PC software as well as card games, board games. Obviously, card games and board games don't fall on the doujin soft, but people even like make and write their own TRPG systems that sometimes get sold at COMIKET as well as replays, but that's like a whole different TRPG story. And also, I want to make a little note myself. When you'll see it on the screen, but doujinshis are the purest form of love, and that's a little cheesy and obviously my opinion. But I think one thing that often goes forgotten in the mix of like all these kind of clinical official definitions is that doujinshi are like an expression that like the artist puts out into the world without like necessarily expecting a lot of like profit, often without no profit at all. And it's just like a pure like expression of just a thing they're a fan of. Like unlike what you might see in artist alleys abroad, where like profit can very much be the objective, doujinshis are sold often with the understanding that like no big profit is made there, which is also why the copyright legality kind of turns a blind eye towards doujinshi culture as a whole. It is all about spreading what you love with other people, showing what you have created, and sharing it with other fans of like these kind of subcultures. And I think that is really wonderful. Like I am a really really big fan. It's not like a huge secret. Before I became a VTuber, I went to doujin events roughly every month. So like it means a lot to me personally. Yeah, Zan must feel really loved. And actually Zan is like another big example of like somebody who famous who started out creating his own doujin games and selling them at these kind of events. And that kind of comes back around where people start making doujins for like, and it makes me really happy. Also other like famous ones, you have like Nasu, the creators of Tsukihime and the Fate series, all starting out making doujin games and getting famous from it. There are many many such examples, and it's really cool. It's so close to New Year's. I think it's because like as like the like days leading up to the New Year's aren't like that massively important, but you do have the New Year's holidays, and I know a lot of people attending will like buy everything up. And even on New Year's Day, like it ends at 4, so you can go home and like read all the doujinshi you bought during the New Year's break. That is the classic otaku activity: is you go to COMIKET over Winter COMIKET and you get your haul, and then for the next 4 days you have off, you are reading your doujinshi. Yeah. French but too, exactly. Like it's really nice, and I really hope that like through this presentation today, I can kind of like convey like the wonders and like how cool and like amazing doujinshi are to all of you. Because it is very special to me, and I think that like the people who make them are like amazing. And also like if you ever want to attend, like I hope I can maybe encourage a couple of you. Yeah, COMIKET is the reason you now have Toho Neko art memes. Exactly, that's where they got their start. So these are some examples of some other things you can find. You didn't miss much, Clock. No worries, we're just getting started. So like I said, doujinshi aren't the only thing you'll find at COMIKET. Here's some samples I searched out for you of different categories. These are all being sold this year or last year. You've got your fabric bags, mouse pads, Emma, keychains, tapestries, CDs, TRPG scenarios, game standees, and even jewelry. Which is something that you might not have expected at the events, but the category for like accessories and so on is actually quite big. Things like a lot of these like are made for like people who want to like have subtle jewelry or like accessories made of their faves. I'll explain what an Emma is in a second. But basically, you get like scrunchies, wristbands, like hairpins, and all that kind of stuff, often made in the image colors of like a favorite character. The jewelry like portrayed here is like from FGO. That kind of thing. An Emma, basically, for people, like that is indeed a very specific Japanese thing. In Japan, if you go to the temple, you will see these like little wooden plaques where you can like write your wishes. And basically you can like wish for good luck in the new year and so on. And sometimes people will like sell them with characters on them, or you can like draw your own characters on them. So like basically it's something you can like buy to like draw in the good luck, I suppose. But it's more broadly speaking, it's just very cute. I think everybody knows the temple connection, and that's basically like the meaning behind it, which means that like things like Emma or even like the arrows they sometimes use that you can buy at the temples are much more available during winter COMIKET, because like sometimes they get associated with the new year as well, or like, well, you can buy them year round, but because everybody's doing Hatsumode, which is the first New Year's visit, at the start of the new year, you definitely see more of them during winter COMIKETs than summer COMIKETs. Yeah, you're wishing on your waifu board. Exactly. So there's so many different things you can get. And that also means that like, even if you're thinking and you're hesitating, like, I want to, maybe check it out, but I can't read Japanese, and that kind of puts me off from like reading doujinshi. First of all, there's also art books, so you can still buy some doujinshi, but there's also many other things you can buy. Just a little behind the scenes, I'm gesturing like so wildly for this stream, but you guys can't like see where my hands are going, but just imagine I'm like really gesturing for this entire presentation. Yes. So, those are just like a few of the other things you can also pick up. Presentation level Italian, basically, yeah. So there are also some misconceptions about doujinshi that I think sometimes like people wonder about. Is all doujinshi porn? No, but a decent, pretty good amount of it is. But it also means that like, sometimes people say like, oh, I'm not interested in R18 materials. You'll still find plenty at COMIKET. In fact, some of the bigger circles are the ones who draw like comedy, gag, like general like character assembled kind of things, and you'll still have like plenty of stuff. But if you want the porn, you'll also find plenty of that too. Is it all fan art? We kind of went over it earlier. It is not. In fact, the section where people sell their own original creations, be it like doujinshi or doujin game, are actually some of the most popular circles, especially on the final day. Traditionally the third day, now the second day. So there's also like a lot of like non-fandom related things. Though once again, a lot of it is. You'll be able to find a lot of it. And then, are all doujinshi about anime and manga? No, actually. So this is something that like a lot of people don't realize. But you can also find photo books, because fandoms can come in many different types. And those are more than welcome too. So you may notice that I have put a train on the screen. And that is because a not insignificant part of COMIKET every year has a big section dedicated to trains and transport. So you have like train photo books. So literally people have gone around all year taking pictures of the Yamanote line, taking pictures of various stations. And those are doujinshi as well. So there's like also like a lot of photo books of like people taking photos of their figurines. There's like a pretty big like tactical fandom, so to say, where people do like the semi-army related stuff as well as cars. Basically there's like a lot of things that are even non-anime and manga. Now of course these are, in the minority compared to like anime and manga things, but there is actually a lot of variety that you can discover if you walk around. Yeah, no, train otaku are actually kind of powerful. Like, even though trains aren't my things, I like really, can respect like Tetsuota, because like sometimes I see them at the station, with the camera, and I'm like, oh, they're living their life and they're having so much fun, just like me, like I'm pretty sure they're getting like the same thrill taking pictures of like, the train station that I get when I like, buy new doujinshi, I think that's very cool. Yeah, no, I'm wearing a lanyard. Hold on. Oh, you guys are covering me, so I'll move up a little bit so you can see it. Oh. I made myself a little lanyard. Well, there we go. Now you can kind of see it. Let me move down a little bit though. There we go. So that's like a couple of things you can find. Yeah, there's flower related stuff too. Basically, because anybody can apply to COMIKET. And of course there's a lot of applications. It goes through a lottery system, which means that only roughly 70% of applications get through, I think is one of the stats I heard recently. I'm not sure how that is post-COVID, because they have limited the tables and the amount of days, so I'm sure that it might be a little bit lower temporarily at the moment. But it also means that, like, as a professional, you might not win the lottery. Well, basically anybody can get in, and that's kind of wonderful because it means you have such a great variety of things that, like, people are passionate about and that they love. Yeah, 70% is pretty good, and it makes sense because even though there's a lot of applications, it's still on a normal COMIKET about 35,000 tables, if you're having 3 days and not 2. So it is pretty cool. And then I think one of the other big questions people often have about COMIKET and doujinshi as a whole is about copyright and legality. So people in other countries like America and Europe, the artist alley is often in like a little bit of a gray zone now, isn't it? You often hear about like people being told like you're not allowed to draw this fandom this year. Quite famously, I believe in America, artist alleys often don't allow anything Disney or Marvel because like they don't want to get sued. Which means that like sometimes people get a bit confused, like, wow, how can COMIKET have like so many people, of which so many people are drawing like essentially fan works, and not get into trouble? And that is because there's like kind of a mutual understanding with like the industry as a whole that COMIKET is not taking away from their sales. It also means that there's a industry between the artists that they're not gonna do anything that will get this like, mutual understanding into jeopardy. It means that like as an artist, you are not stealing any official logos to use in your work. It means that like as an artist, you are also not making doujinshi with like a profit objective. It means that like often the doujinshi are meant to be sold in like a certain place at a certain time, and not like mass produced and like spread around in such a way. Yeah, I'm wearing the COMIKET towel. Exactly. This is also the reason why some artists can be uncomfortable if like their doujin are like resold across the internet, because it kind of like removes their control over the place and time that they're distributed. Because like from a legality standpoint, that can create fear that like it might be seen as if they're like trying to spread worldwide in a way that could like upset the delicate balance of like the industry understanding that this is not like a contest. Like this is something that's often like difficult to understand from a foreigner perspective. But like if you like think about it, it all comes down to like keeping the balance, essentially. Yeah. On the internet, there is no such thing as a limited wrong. It's also why sometimes you see like artists saying that like they don't want their stuff to be resold secondhand. But that's like a kind of complicated matter. Basically, what it comes down to is that in Japan, it is okay. COMIKET like works alongside the industry, and in fact, a lot of the industry is there at COMIKET itself. We'll talk about the industry booths later, but there's a lot of official corporate booths, including like manga publishers, and there are actually sections of COMIKET where, depending on the year, you can actually show your manuscript for review if you want to get published yourself. It's like actually, well, we talked about it a little bit, but the COMIKET to official artist pipeline is, well, it's a well-known one. A lot of artists like start out drawing doujinshi, and a lot of them even continue doing so. I know several artists who actually got their first tankobon published, who are still drawing doujinshi on the side. In fact, I know of one that like got the tankobon published and then put the R18 side story out at COMIKET, which is very fun. I think that's really, really cool. So basically, it's allowed, but that's because everybody is working on the same levels of like mutual understanding that nobody is ruining this for anybody, essentially. So, next. About big sites. So you already kind of saw it in the background of my overlay here. Ta-da! yeah. R18 official side stories. They even said like which chapters they take in like place in between. Wonderful stuff. I really love it. It's really, really good. So there we go. So Big Site is basically the building that COMIKET takes place in. And even if you haven't heard of it, there's a decent chance you've seen it. Which is because it often is referenced in anime and manga, even if they're not like showing or talking about COMIKET explicitly. they are often, well, if they're making up like a fake anime event, it's usually just meant to be COMIKET. So here's actually some pictures I show in the background of various anime it has showed up in. Very famously, Genshiken, of course, like any anime that's basically based on like otaku culture will at some point go to COMIKET. It's essentially an obligatory location, which is also, of course, why you see it in like Lucky Star and so on. So basically, big site. It is the largest exhibition center in Japan. It is massive. So I put up the stats of just the East Exhibition Hall and the West Exhibition Hall alone. The East Exhibition Halls combined are 51,000 meters, roughly, while the West one is about 30,000, and that's not even including the outside areas, the South Halls, and so on and so forth. Yes, it was also in Digimon during the Odaiba arc, which is actually something we'll talk about later. Because in Digimon, takes place in a lot of Odaiba, which means that if you are actually at COMIKET and you're done for the day, and you want to look around and like, maybe discover a few more things, you can go on a Digimon tour, essentially. You want to see where Wizardmon died? Check out the Fuji TV building. Yeah, and it's still super crowded, but that's because, across 3 days you have about 500,000 people. So it is located in Tokyo Bay, about 30 minutes out from much of central Tokyo. As Hyra already mentioned, it is basically in Odaiba. Yep, and wait, East and West, what does that mean? I'm confused. Seems to be half the size of wait, really? Wait, no, that can't be right. That can't be right. Amsterdam is bigger than COMIKET. Right? It's been a while since I've been to Amsterdam. that doesn't seem that can't be right. That can't be right. It's big, but it's not that big. So there we go. Should you go? Is a question I am often asked. Yes. I may be biased, but I think if you even have a passing interest in anything related to anime, manga, games, or other such otaku culture, you will probably benefit from seeing COMIKET at least once in your life. Even if it's not necessarily interest in doujinshi, you will still enjoy the corporate routes. It will still be good to get the experience of like the event itself. You will still enjoy the vibe, the air. You will understand like things that get referenced in like anime and manga into the future. But at the very least, you'll have fun looking at fun cosplayers and stuff. I recommend it. But sometimes people ask me, should I go to COMIKET? And they're like, oh, but I hate anime. And I'm like, well then don't go. It's like, oh, you talk about COMIKET, but like, actually I hate anime and manga and games. Like, should I go? I'm like, no. Why are you asking me? Obviously, this question doesn't apply to you. Don't go if you hate the main subject. Like, honest to God. But if that isn't you, I recommend it wholeheartedly to basically anybody. It is essentially a pilgrimage. It's absolutely worth it if you're in Japan during either August or December. If you hate the subject matter, obviously don't go. Why are you even asking me? So, with that out of the way, trying to get back to that screen. There we go. We're planning. Because you'll often hear, Komike wa sensou da. COMIKET is war. And when you plan for war, your first step is actually getting a strategy down. One does not walk into COMIKET idly. It is a battlefield for yourself. A battle with you and the climate. And the navigational hell that can be big sight if you didn't prepare a map beforehand. Which also means like if you are purely going just to get the vibes, or you're only interested in the corporate boots, then you could kind of just walk in. But if you want to actually find the artist or fandom you're interested in, you're gonna have to plan beforehand. Because if you don't, you're gonna be lost for 5 hours and then the event is over. Like, you're not gonna find anything. Remember, in the 10,000s of tables, you will not find the table you're looking for if you did not look it up beforehand. If you know an artist is going, you need to know where they are, and that's why you need to plan. Okay? Okay. First of all, simplest of all steps is figuring out which ticket you get. Now, this is kind of a new issue because traditionally, pre 2019, COMIKET didn't have tickets. But ever since, well, in 2019, they started having the tickets because they had to offset the cost of using a separate exhibition center to allow for the accommodation they had to meet for the Olympics. And ever since then, we've had COVID, where they have started selling tickets to basically limit the amount of visitors because of such regulations. So the first thing you actually have to do now is buy a ticket. But if you don't know an artist is going, don't worry, we'll get to that. Don't get lost, don't get lost. I'm here to help you. Yeah, you should go to COMIKET, but COMIKET is not for the faint of heart. It's also to combat entrance camping. To be fair, for many years now, it has been forbidden to basically arrive at COMIKET the day before. It has been forbidden basically to go before the first train on the first day. Bad people have still done it. It is to some degree also to stop people from camping the entrance, and that is very, very true. Should I bring my bones? It might be necessary. So, first of all, you have to look up the times. Throughout this presentation, while most of the information is applicable to COMIKET as a whole, I will be using examples specifically for winter 2023 because that's tomorrow. And that means that is applicable to probably not a lot of you, but if there's an off chance one of you is going, I hope you get something out of it. But it will probably be similar in the future unless they scrap the ticketing system altogether again. I have a feeling they won't. Because like Star Fox says, it is quite good to prevent the early camping. Get a hotel nearby. Oh, you are so optimistic about your chances of getting a hotel near Big Side during COMIKET. But the tickets are still very cheap. You have to remember that pre-2019, COMIKET was a free event. You didn't have to buy tickets at all, though it was considered nice and even kind of good manners to get the catalog to support the event, but not obligatory or anything like that. Yeah, they're extremely reasonable. So first of all, one thing that people are often not aware of is that compared to American or European events, COMIKET is short. Very short. It starts this year at 10:30, ends at 4. Regular tickets you're not getting in till 11. In previous years, it started at 10. They're starting a little later this year. Maybe it will start at 10 again in the future. But either way, that is not a lot of hours. Not many events in other countries end at 4, so this is one of the first things you have to think about when you're getting a ticket. There are several different ticket types. Early entry basically means you get to go in first. None of the other tickets go in till early entry has entered, basically. Those are extremely limited. They are through lottery system. They are extremely sold out. So that is something to keep in mind. You need to buy the tickets online. These days, you're also able to get them from various stores and all that. Yeah, they're very short. They're very early, and it is early. And then there's the cosplay early entry. If you want to cosplay, we'll go into that a little bit later as well. It can be worth it to get the early entry ticket because the line for the cosplay changing room can be just as long as the line for the regular event, and you cannot get into the line till you're inside. I have seen it happen that arriving at 12 into the building, you might still have to wait another hour to get into the changing room, at which point you roughly have 3 hours to cosplay, but more 2 hours to cosplay because you have to get changed back out as well. You can't cosplay after 4. So it can be worth to get that early entry ticket if you are planning to cosplay. Though I think that with the early entry ticket, maybe the lines for the room overall won't be as bad either. That's another thing to keep in mind. And then for most people, you have the AM entry, which means you can enter at 11, and the PM entry ticket, which means you can enter at 12:30. You can buy the PM ticket on site. They recommend you don't, because the lines are gonna be very long. Even though they have raised the price to discourage people from buying the PM entry ticket on site instead of online. Every year it's a very long line, apparently. Gonna cosplay as Joruna, I encourage it. And then additionally, the cosplay changing rooms are another 500 yen, which is something we'll get into later. Then there's the question of, should I get a catalog? Now the catalog is about 2,000 to 750 yen. It depends on where you're buying it from. It depends on the year. I'm gonna grab my catalog and let you listen to the sound it makes when I drop it on the table. Did you guys hear that? This thing's heavy. The catalog is roughly 1 kilo. It is over 1,000 pages long. They're thin pages. This is me flipping through the catalog. Should you get one? Honestly, if you want it as a souvenir, go for it. But keeping in mind how heavy it is, and if you're going home on the plane and you have like a limit on your luggage, it's nice as a souvenir, but keep in mind your limitations, I suppose. Because you, of course, you also want to, buy a lot of doujinshi, and you'd rather spend those kilos on the books you bought, right? You can't show up in cosplay. No, you can't. That's one of the biggest rules. We'll talk about that later. It is extremely against the rules to show up in cosplay. You will get turned away. You won't be allowed inside. Catalog ASMR. So I'll talk a little bit more about what the catalog is for later. What it comes down to is you don't really need it. But if you want it as a souvenir, I think it's nice to buy. It supports the event as a whole. In previous years, most of COMIKET's funding came from people buying the catalog. So if you want to support the event, it is nice to get it. And depending on where you buy it, you can get some bonus goods. Like in this picture is a picture I took of the bonus goods I got from Melon Books this year. It is several illustration books, as well as some other fun stuff with a lot of nice sexy ladies on them. So if you want to, that is something to consider. But if it's more like casual looking cosplay, I am begging you not to put on a wig later. It is not allowed to do it in the toilets. Please, please, please don't be that person. Don't give foreigners at the COMIKET a back wag. You will get into trouble. They can kick you out if they find out. You need to have cosplay registration on you when they ask about it. Please don't do it, is all I ask. Yeah, if you need to bump someone over the head, you need a catalog heavy enough to do it. The thing is, I think a lot of people don't bring the catalog with them to the event because it's heavy. But the catalog does come with a bunch of pre-printed maps that you can easily remove from the catalog, so you can have a map on hand. It's not a normal anime convention. For one, it's not an anime convention. It's a doujinshi market place, basically. What if my day-to-day fashion is eccentric? That's fine. You can arrive in Lolita fashion. You can arrive in gods, decora, other subcultures. That's okay. You're not gonna get into trouble for that. You cannot arrive in cosplay. And I am begging you all to not try and push the limit on these things. Because if one person starts ruining it, then the rules have to be tightened up for everybody, So just don't do it. Please. Please. You might get kicked out if you wear heelys. You're not allowed to wear things that might inconvenience or harm or injure the people around you. Rollerblades included, probably heelys as well. Yeah, it's about, the individual creativity and the freedom of expression and creativity that can be brought forth from fandoms and so on. Can I wear a cape? As cosplay? Probably. So, you're not gonna get room to roll around in COMIKET, not at all. First thing, as you can see, you have 2 different tickets. Your ticket you get only counts for 1 day. If you want to go both days, you need 2 tickets. In my picture, you see the wristbands. Those are your tickets. You put the wristband on before you arrive. So you might also want to know what day you want to go for. Ta-da! Basically, find out what you want to buy. So this is the basic overview of what is available on each day. Green being Saturday, blue being Sunday, and what is like put in every haul. As you can see, different days have different categories. The first day, you can see there's a lot of anime. Traditionally, when there was like 3 days in a row, the first day was also often dedicated to like anime and manga franchises, while the second one had like a lot more games and the third one had a lot more original works. Now it's kind of like squeezed in together because it's only 2 days. They're just 1 day tickets each. So basically, if you are interested in, say, Gundam, you want to go on Saturday. If you want to buy original works by like manga artists you like, you want to go on Sunday. If you want to pick up some Love Life, that is Sunday, and so on and so forth. Yeah, Blue Archive. I'm glad you pointed it out. Blue Archive is massive this year. Like, you guys, I will be showing you the maps later. It is crazy that Blue Archive got nearly the entire, literally, West 1 and like half of West 2. Like, I haven't seen like a series like that big since Kantai Collection, and like, it's not quite Toho in its prime, but it's getting there. Holy crap. Like, I haven't played Blue Archive. Like, I know it was popular. I didn't know it was that popular. It is big. It is so big. Like, I didn't realize because I haven't played gacha in a while. It's bigger than Genshin. Oh, it's so much bigger than Genshin. Genshin is like fairly big in Japan, but it did not get anywhere close to Kantai Collection or Blue Archive levels. What is the Rift for Man? Porn. Mostly. Basically, the original section, the Rift for Man, think of original doujinshi that is like often R-rated and aimed at gentlemen of refined taste. Also, often the most popular area. Keep in mind, if you're getting those, you might get crushed a little bit. In my experience, the most crowded area of the final day. So be prepared for that. Be prepared for that. It's the cultured section. Exactly. So yeah, this is basically, refer to this if you want to go. Of course, you have to check every year. The exact categories are gonna change every year. Of course, like this year we have a very popular Blue Archive category, but in a few years, who knows what is going to be most popular. I remember back when Toho basically had an entire hall. No direct Oshinoko or Frieren. That's actually an interesting observation. I can explain Frieren only came out a few months ago. People sign up very far in advance. So getting a Frieren book in time would be a little bit hard. Because you still have to draw it, and like it only got big with the anime in the past few months. There are like a couple of them that I saw. As for Oshinoko, I expected somewhere in anime, and I think it's just because as far as fandoms go, it's very popular, but it doesn't have like a lot of the shipping aspect that people go as crazy for. Which I can understand why it's not that big. The ones that often make it very big are the ones with like massive ensemble casts. Like, for example, Blue Archive, Kantai Collection, Toho, where there's a lot of freedom to basically put your characters in their own scenarios that you like with the characters you like, as opposed to like Oshinoko, which has like a very straightforward plot, if that makes sense. Of course, there's still gonna be some of it, but it also doesn't surprise me that it has doesn't have a massive section. Like, I do imagine that like probably next COMIKET there'll probably be a little bit more Frieren. There we go. Oh, no. There is massive etiquette. Like, this is not a free-for-all. We'll cover etiquette later. You have to behave inside. Like, honestly, COMIKET is so well organized that, like, the Olympic Committee look towards, like, the way people queue up and gather for COMIKET in terms of, like, how they should run their events. They failed because regular people aren't civilized in the way COMIKET attendees are. But like at COMIKET, things are actually, it's crowded, but it's very well organized. It is not a mess. People as a whole, will listen to staff instructions. They will know where to queue. They will observe the rules. There's like extremely tight etiquette basically all throughout. And yeah, Meadow is also right. Like the Gundam section does encompass all of Gundam, which means that is, you know, nearly unfair to the other stuff in the area because there's a lot of different Gundams you can draw from. I'm actually mostly surprised Tiger and Bunny is still holding in there. Like Tiger and Bunny basically had like a presence like every single year since release. Like the fans of Tiger and Bunny are dedicated. Should be afraid my injured left hand will bump into someone and get hurt. I think in a crowded situation, there's always a risk that you might bump somebody, but people, for one, like things like running around, not allowed. So people will generally like stick to themselves and try not to bump into other people. While there might be crowds, it's not like you're being crushed in a train or anything like that, you know? Yeah, exactly. The rest of humanity might be wild beasts, but people are actually pretty orderly at COMIKET itself once you're inside. I will also once again repeat that it really depends on where you're going. In my experience, outside of original derivatives for men, the crowds are actually pretty walkable. You know, your mileage will vary on fandom, but certain areas are much more crowded than others. So depending on where you're navigating and which type of the day you're navigating, you are usually okay. You know, it's crowded, but it's not like insanity. So, once you've like basically figured out what days are the fandoms you're interested in like looking after, you know, you really love Kantai Collection, you know you're going on Saturday. Next day, you've chosen your days. Next thing you want to think about is when do you arrive? And because you may have noticed there are different tickets for different times of day. And you may have also heard that some people arrive on the first train, like at 5 a.m. Do you want to do that? Well, before we can answer that question, there's actually a little bit more of preparation you want to do. Mapping. Because if you do not know where to find the spoils of war, the battle is already lost. You may know what you want to find out, but you oh god, mapping is so important, you guys. If you do not want to get lost, please make a map or at least look at a map beforehand. There are maps on site, but it's a little tricky to navigate it on the day. This is a map of COMIKET, a zoomed out map of COMIKET. As you can see, there are multiple halls for doujinshi purposes. Mostly east and west are relevant, though some of the corporate things are also spread through south and some of the cosplay areas are also in the south hall. This is a map of close of COMIKET. Yeah, no, this looked so like, you know, this wasn't intimidating. This is what the maps are actually like, you guys. I'm telling you. You want to find the artist you're looking for? Refer to the map before you go. The official map is printable and lets you put in notes. You can get one with the catalog. There's also the link you see down below there. Every year they put out the PDFs. You can print them out. You can get them. This is why I say you've got a plan. You need a plan if you want to survive the battlefields. There are still some people lost from last year, basically, yeah. It is dense. I will also note, you see every single one of these individual tables? Depending on the table, there's actually 2 people per table. There's like an A and B to the number. Yes, and Hyra has a good point. You also want to plan out where you're going first, depending on popularity. Knowing which hall you're going in or going to. That's actually a good point. Depending on, remember how we were looking at the different hallways. Here you can see, for example, if you're mostly there for VTuber goods, you want to head to east first, like immediately. There's like 2 different parts of entry. You can head towards the east halls or the west and south halls. If you want things in both halls, you have a decision to make. Because you will not be able to find the popular things in both halls unless you have a buddy. Are you going to have a boot? Not this year. I have not made anything this year. Yeah. So basically, first of all, you want to know where you're going to go. And to do that, you want to find the circles. What you can do, of course, like if you don't have like any specific artist you're a fan of, you only want to check out Type Moon, you can just roughly be like, okay, I'm going to E6 and I'm just gonna see what I'm gonna find. I'm gonna like look up which part of E6 they're in, and that's just what I'm gonna be. But I know a lot of people are fans of artists or want to get like a specific pairing, a specific character, in which case you have to go and figure out where the circles are. So, first step, find out if the artists you are following are going. If like an artist you're following is saying they're going, like obviously write down the number. We'll talk about it later. Will I visit? Yes, I'm going tomorrow. Yeah, there are sections based on like a category. Things like fandom based of like a separate category as well as original works. Even like specific characters and specific pairings will generally be grouped together. So, there are like a couple of different ways you can find the circles you're looking for. You can use the catalog. We'll get into that in a second. As well as Pixiv, Twitter, other social media. As well as a secondary way to search for things is using doujinshi sites that take books on consignment. We'll go through all of them. So, first of all, there's the catalog. So, this is a picture of the physical catalog opened on a random page. I took it myself. This is what the catalog looks like on the inside. It is roughly 1,000 pages of this. As well as the digital catalog, there's a website. It is limited in functionality. If you think you mean X, I will never say X. I will mention that the digital one is limited in functionality based on if you pay or not. How does the catalog sound again? You guys want to hear another catalog bonk? Here we go. That is what the catalog sounds like when I drop it on my table. So, basically, searching the catalog, it will list all the circles by selection. Inside the catalog, you will see something like this. It will have the circle number, the circle name, as well a preview of what they're doing. Sounds like a phone book. It's about as big, yeah. The same thing will be on the digital website, but like in a little bit more clarity. Like you see over here, you'll have the circle name, you'll have a preview, and you'll be able to see where they are in the map. Do I recommend the catalog for finding circles? No. Even though it's the official version and you can search through it, the digital version even lets you like mark and color code various circles. I think it is the most inconvenient way to look for circles. It's nice to look through and go like, oh, now this art stands out to me. But because it's only like a little thumbnail, it is often not representative of all the things they're selling. They might be selling books featuring other characters, other pairings, other fandoms. Well, not often other fandoms, sometimes, but not often. It also means that like you cannot really find anything specific. The digital one is decent for doing a preliminary search because you can search by fandom. So say you're a fan of like Ghost in the Shell, you can write that in, you'll see everything that's there. Speaking of which, like even fandoms that might actually sound like old or unpopular to you might actually have a presence at COMIKET. I noticed in the catalog this year, there were a couple of like circles for like Shinzo, also known as like Mushwambo, which surprised me because like I love it. People, like I said, the jinshis are the sincerest form of love. They're not made with like a profitability margin, which means that to this day, you know, people who are very dedicated fans of like shows from the 80s, 90s, early 2000s, or even shows like, you know, random TV shows with like live action people will make, you know, doujinshi for it. And it's wonderful. Yeah, you've got Oendan doujin. Like it's worth looking into the fact and seeing if you can find whatever like niche series you're looking for, because there's a chance. There's always a chance somebody is doing it. Though once again, catalog, not the way I recommend doing it. So how do I recommend doing it? Pixiv and Twitter. So in the past, Pixiv used to be better for this. Though I will admit that people don't upload on Pixiv as much as they used to. Yeah, they don't have parking at COMIKET, that's true. You cannot come to Comic Con by car. Like, you are not allowed. So like in the past, basically everybody upload things to Pixiv. I think Pixiv has kind of fallen out of massive popularity. Most people there are still a decent amount of like people uploading to Pixiv, but there's also a decent amount of people who only put their announcements on Twitter or their own websites. Just there in their normal clothes. Most people are just there in their normal clothes overall, generally speaking. But you can still find things on like Pixiv fairly easily. First of all, you want to like think of the keywords. Oh, oopsie. So overall, you might want to look up which edition of COMIKET it is. Now this winter is C103. That means it's the 103rd COMIKET. And then you can like add your interests. So this is an example, C103 and Hololive, which will basically pull up anybody who has tagged their works with both of those tags. It is good to look up things like right up till the last day, because a lot of artists don't finish till the day before. And a lot of them don't upload till the day before. So people will continue uploading till the last, very, very last moments. So yeah, basically what you want to do is like check the tags. You can even like check per like other category tags like a TRPG, a doujin game. It depends. Like see what like tags are popular in your fandom. You can also, search for tags like massive boobs and so on if you're like looking for certain cultured work with certain tags that you're looking for. It's all possible. Like in the end, it is down to the artist and how they tag things, because some artists might not tag things like C103 and then it just won't show up. Some artists might put out a Hololive doujinshi and they won't tag it Hololive. It won't show up. So it basically, it's imperfect, but if you're already following artists on Pixiv, you can also see what they've got. Then on Twitter, it's a little bit trickier. Obviously, Twitter doesn't have tags, which means that you can look for keywords. And in my experience, looking up C103 will give a decent amount of hits, but it's actually very useful to look for it under people, because it will, pull up people you're following on top usually, as well as people you might be interested in, and then you can kind of like scroll down through them. Of course, you can like also look into the latest, especially as we get closer and closer. A few days before COMIKET, people start like uploading their menu. Other tags to look for are things like COMIKET, COMI, FUYOKOMU, NATSUKOMI, depending on whether you're going to like the winter COMIKET or the summer COMIKET. This is usually the main way I wind up finding artists I'm looking for. I think if you're going and if you're interested, there's a decent chance you're already like following people. So when you find somebody, you want to like figure out the information. So this is an example from fellow VTuber Harizono Aristu. Some of you might know her. She's actually tabling at COMIKET this year. So this is a little breakdown of the information. So COMIKET, this character, Do, means Saturday. This one means Sunday up here. I put some useful kanji on the stream. Then we've got East, Higashi, which means that season East Hall, followed by the table number. Pretty straightforward. Here's like some other ones, so you can see like West, South. Other good things to know is Shinkan, new book. New book is gonna be popular. If you're going after a popular artist, new book is gonna be the first one to be sold out. So that is something to keep in mind. If the new book is one you want, you might want to prioritize that specific circle in your search. So this is another example. This is like a menu. Many artists will upload a menu that looks kind of like this, basically showing what they're offering that specific day, often specifically noting which books are new. This one has like a gift that they're handing out to buyers with like purchases. So that is basically how you kind of read that information. Most vitally, this is the part where you start noting down the numbers of the circles you're interested in. So, then there's also consignment websites like Melon Books, Toranoana, and Boot. Basically, these websites exist for people to sell their books online. Some of them will actually offer good deals, like exclusively through Melon Books, exclusively through Tora. It basically means that while a lot of them don't have like the socials listed on the website, you can use them to track down the artist that you're looking for. Zora and Melon Books, for example, both have like separate categories for like the COMIKET that's going on. So if there's like a book that you're interested in, you can like, track down the artist, check their socials, see what table they're at. Once again, on Boot, you want to use C103 or, of course, next year C104, C105. Check the COMIKET you're going to. Even more than Pixiv, Melon Books and Torah allow you to search by genre, category, keywords, and so on. So if there's very specific things you're interested in, of the cultured kind as well, this might actually be one of the easiest ways to search for them. So, you have written down a list of all the tables you want to visit. Now it's time to find them on the map. Get no sites, COMIKET VOD must be so monumental. Yeah, like I'm pretty sure like whoever, like everybody in the industry is like basically working up to it. So how do you read a map? So you can see that like across the middle, all the like lines are listed. So I put like a couple of random examples of how you can read the map. So for example, this one is Higashi 3 Ka19. If you can't read, that's okay. You can attend COMIKET without being able to read Japanese. You're just gonna have to memorize the shape of what you're looking for. Only one hall has things like written alphabetically, I'm afraid. But if you can't read the Japanese, like alphabet, those katakana and hiragana are used, I'm afraid. You're just gonna have to, draw it on a piece of paper and memorize it, and then, search visually by shape. I'm afraid. But it is possible. It is possible. You can't read any language. You can also like based off like, even if you can't read this, you're like, oh, I have to be roughly about East 3. I'll find East 3 on the map, and it's like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tables in, and that's how I go in there. The boots I picked are random because I'm not showing you guys which ones I'm getting this year. So there's a couple more things you want to know about the map, and that is the difference between wall circles and corner circles. So this entire like highlighted section you've got along the wall, this is all section A. And section A is what you can also consider a wall circle. This is where the most popular tables are kept. This is where like all the most popular artists are at. If you want to go get one of these, you might want to put it early on the schedule. So why are they near the wall? That is because by being near the wall, it will allow more space for the line to form. The building opens up outside, so the lines can actually walk outside and loop around. Some of those lines can go pretty long. So that is basically why they're A. To a much lesser degree, you also have corner tables, where not always, but often they will like put the circles of like medium popularity. Once again, just so they have more room for like lines to form. So that is something to keep in mind once you start plotting your routes. The final thing you want to know is that like tables can be split into A and B parts. That is often when two different groups wind up sharing a table. How quickly do most popular booths sell out? Within the hour, honestly. When we're talking the new book, we'll actually talk about that here. There's like a couple of things you want to consider when you're thinking of priority. How bad do you want it? Is it a new book? Is the artist popular? And is the wall or corner circle? The more of these you can check off, the more you have to like hurry to get it. Popular new books can sell out within an hour or less. There's a reason why back before you had the early tickets, people were getting there at 5 a.m. You have to be there fast. But not always lost. If you are interested in the art of an artist like on the wall, you want to get like some wall circle books, after 12-ish, 12 to 1 p.m., the queues will kind of start fizzling out. And a lot of the time their old books will still be on sale. So if for a specific artist you're not very particular about which particular book you're getting, if you don't like specifically want one of the older books, or you just don't care that much about the newer ones, I would actually recommend going to the wall circles in the afternoon. Because a lot of the time you can actually just walk up to them. The same circles that had like a 1 to 2 hour line prior are often like just accessible in the afternoon with basically no queue. So that is where it comes down to deciding what you want the most. First of all, you have to pick a hall. I mentioned it on the screen, but because of the crowding, it can take a long time to walk between the halls. Well, like east and west, let me actually pull up the other map. You may notice they're like connected basically through here. Depending on the crowd, like allow for 20 to 30 minutes to get from one hall to the other. Just because depending on like the time of the day, you're gonna have to like wind up shuffling between them, which means that if you do have interest between the two halls, you're basically gonna have to pick which one you want to prioritize. Because whichever one you pick second, well, the new books will probably be sold out. That is, unless you take a buddy with you. You know, if you have a buddy and you like are willing to like split your interests, give them a shopping list. You know, you can hit both halls at the same time. By the same extension, we haven't talked about corporate booths much. Corporate booths are in a completely different part of the building and often have a completely separate line, which can also take up to an hour. Which is why I kind of recommend going to the corporate booths only on the days when you're not really interested in getting any doujinshi. They don't let you buy multiple copies. Depending on the booth, they will put a limit. But this is actually up to the booth. I think a lot of the popular ones will often like limit it to, well, it depends on the booth. It's their choice, really. I've definitely seen people like, you know, limited to just like 1 or 2 or 3. But they don't have to. It's up to them, I guess. How much time pressure are you under to choose? Well, here's the thing. All the tables will generally have like a menu on display. While if a table is particularly popular, they might even have a menu displayed at the end of the line. You are strongly encouraged to choose by the time you hit the table, or already have made your decision, especially to keep things like kind of moving smoothly. You kind of want to get ready. Don't ask questions about. Yeah, no, basically, especially if the artist is busy, don't make a lot of chat. Like they kind of want to keep the line moving along. If you want to like, you know, express your eternal gratitude and like, you know, your love for like the works that they draw, do it in the afternoon when it's less busy. But also don't hold them up very long either. But you know, that's like a whole other thing. There was 1 copy only. Oh yeah, no. Things like, you know, people are on the level of Zoom will usually like limited to 1 copy, also to like prevent scalpers. Because like that's like a whole other thing, because Zoom doesn't want like people to be scalping the new release, because that's like an issue that like some very popular circles have to consider as well. Yeah. So also, I will also note that like a lot of the tables in the middle, there will be likely little to no line. Like, you know, 3 to 4 to 5 people in front of you, you will usually get through them pretty quickly. You know, it depends on the circle, depends on the genre, depends on the category. Compared to the wall circles, you can usually get things fairly fast. So what I recommend doing is printing out a map or grabbing a PDF online and color coding it. This is just an example. You know, color code between like, I will die if I don't buy this, I really want this, would like to get this. This one I'm gonna check in the afternoon. I'd like to check this one if I have time, or like I'm getting this one for a friend. These are just some, you know, random examples. Your own coding system might differ, but having things like pre-colored on your map, I personally find very useful in like figuring out the kind of routes I want to, you know, walk through, basically. Sleepy, that is not polite. That is not polite. Don't do that. So this is just like an example map I made. Once again, this is not my actual map. I put these in mostly at random, just as an example for you guys. And then actually over the big map, what it comes down to is that a lot of you might only be searching one area, or like a couple of areas, depending on how many fandoms you have. Want to catch going through the middle to window shop? Yeah, basically. Basically, if you're like done like shopping for anything, you're allowed to walk around wherever you want. Just don't cut in queue. Don't like bother anyone, and it's completely fine. Window shopping is okay. Like in fact, I find like a lot of artists just by walking around and seeing what I like. I see a cover and I buy it. So I would actually recommend making a mini map. A lot of people will be like, oh, I'm mostly just here for Gundam, which means you're only going to be visiting like a small section of the map, or like I only really want to buy Hololive this year. These are actual mini maps I have made. I recommend making it on a small like business card size piece of paper, which basically means that you can put it in a lanyard like the one I'm wearing now. Hold on. It's in my assets. Oh, trying to find the where'd my mouse go? Ta-da! There's my mini map. And I think that is very useful to have, because that means that when you're walking around, you don't have to unfold your entire map. Oh no, plenty of artists who get little traffic are very good. Like most of the artists I visit wind up being in the middle. In fact, I don't actually visit a lot of wall circles until the afternoon, because I'm pretty okay with picking up old books a lot of the time. So this is like what a mini map might look like. And I just, you can print it out to do it digitally, but I just draw them by hand. I'll just write the numbers on it, then color code it. And then, you can just grab your lanyard and take a quick look at it. This is my personal COMIKET/Dojin event tip. And I think it works very well. Yeah, and if you're a first-time buyer, especially if you're the first time at the event, you don't have the old books anyway, Might as well get them. There's nothing wrong with that. So, now that you know where you want to go, you've drawn your map, you've written down the circles you want to visit, you've color-coded them, you have a feeling of where you want to go first, you have a certain circle that you don't want to miss out on, and you know where it's at. Now you have to decide when you want to arrive. Basically, we kind of already covered this, but if you're not interested in any super popular items or any new books, it's okay to just stroll in after 12. Actually, as a first timer to COMIKET, I actually recommend a lot of people to just arrive in the afternoon. It will be less busy. The queue will be more or less gone. You can just walk inside a lot of the time without having to wait anywhere at all. And you're gonna have basically a very relaxed time. If you do wanna, get one specific item at all cost, prepare for war. But we'll talk about getting in line later. So, but yeah, no, for beginners, I just recommend arriving in the afternoon. It's very chill that way. I'm a little bit off to the side, so let me move over slightly. Real gamers go to the COMIKET to inhale the sweat cloud. Oh, don't worry, we'll cover that later. They must hand out merch at X feed. It's very organized. The big circles, the wall circles, will often have a couple of helpers, which means that it is very much take money, receive dojin, and it's very, very smooth. It's honestly, I make a lot of war jokes, but it's military precision with the way that some of the wall circles can hand out all the doujinshi that they're selling. Time money wasn't an issue. I decided to go to a smaller event first. That's true. I mean, actually, I'm gonna be covering some smaller events later. The one thing that's nice about COMIKET is that compared to smaller events, it's a little bit more foreigner friendly. There will be English staff on site, or at least English-speaking staff, as well as English documentation. Smaller events tend to not have that, which can be intimidating for people who go to Japan with no knowledge. So I really love smaller events. I actually do recommend going to them. But overall, I think COMIKET is, well, it's a good one to go to. It's also a little bit cheaper, shockingly enough, than most small events. Went to somewhere and lined up and one and got in at 2ish. It has there have been a couple. Which summer did you go to? Because I know pre-COVID there were a couple of summers that weren't very efficient in terms of getting inside, but from what I've personally witnessed in the last few years, you can get in a lot faster these days. Full outdoor tour is only about 20 minutes long, so don't save that much time arriving super early. Depends on the circle you're looking at. Some outdoor lines can go up to like 40 minutes to an hour, but it's true. Like most of the outdoor queues will be like 20 minutes to half an hour. Yeah, like it not being free anymore is probably a limiting factor already. Exactly. But let's first talk about what to bring, because we're still in the preparatory phase. You do not wander into battle without equipment. So, but what is masking like at COMIKET? Basically, it's the same it is in the rest of Japan right now. People choose to do so whether they want to or not. Traditionally, even pre-COVID, people masked quite a lot at winter COMIKET because, winter is when cold and flu season kind of reigns. So, pretty common at winter, less common in summer these days, I'd say. Now that like things have kind of come back more to normal. That's roughly how I describe it, yeah. Oh, you meant the 5 a.m. queue. Yeah. No, that's fair. I was gonna say, like, the circle was can definitely go longer. Okay, so there's a lot of stuff you want to bring with you. Some of this stuff doesn't matter if you're not queuing up. For example, I put in there a folding chair or sheet. This only really matters if you're going to like queue up in the morning. You obviously don't need a folding chair if you're not going to go in the morning. If you're scrolling up at 2 a.m., you don't need that. What you do need is money, and specifically small money. Please do not give small circles 10,000 yen bills. Can you not sit on the floor? You can, it's just not very comfortable. Especially at 40 degrees outside in this burning sun when the floor can be a little hot. Or in the winter when it can be a little cold. So, it's just for comfort. You can sit on the floor, no one's stopping you. But yeah, no. So the first and most important thing is money. Set yourself a budget if you want to. Very important is, I think, taking out your cash beforehand. Because the ATMs near the convenies that are in the area are gonna be very busy. Basically, any place where you can get money out during COMIKET will have a massive queue. So don't get into that problem. Just like, get it from a convenience the day before. Take the money with you, and most importantly, take money in small denominations. You want 1,000 yen bills, you want like coins. If you must take 5,000 or 10,000 yen bills, then do it for the wall circles where you're making like a 6,000 yen purchase anyway. Like, I generally speaking would like to request everybody to not use big bills on doujinshi circles. They are not corporations. They do not have like a whole, cash tray of change for you. And they might be very troubled if you suddenly pull out the big bills because they cannot change things. Of course, I think this kind of goes without saying. You cannot use a debit card. You cannot use a credit card. There's no electrical money that you can use at COMIKET. So take cash. Take small cash, basically. One of the closed ATMs empty out. It can happen, actually. Like, they do prepare with extra, but breaking bills using stage sticky sheet is indeed very easy. It's considered a little bit rude and inconsiderate of the other people around you. So if you're gonna do that, do it at a station away from COMIKET. And, try to keep that to a minimum, but it does work, yes. Will they accept your USD bills? No. Is there a reason it's cash only? You have to remember that, like, it's not just because it's Japan. It's a bunch of, like, small individual artists, These are not big corporations. This is just, like, Mr. Yamada from accounting who also draws doujinshi on the sides. Like, he doesn't have, like, a pin, like, an ATM at his desk, He doesn't have, like, a credit card machine that he can use at his table. It's, it makes sense. It's just like small people. By the same extent, they won't have plastic bags for you. These are all just small individual artists, like individuals don't have the capacity for non-cash payments most of the time. The fact that they do that at like American cons and stuff these days is kind of like more shocking, I think, than the reserves. But also artist alleys in like America and like Europe these days are actually basically on a professional level where they make their entirety of their income from it. That is not what's happening here at like doujinshi events. Basically. Just have card readers. Yeah, no. That kind of stuff, you cannot accept it there. Like, you need to take cash. Mobile signal is actually quite good. it's I wouldn't rely on mobile. It's actually something that COMIKET warns for every year. Is like if you're meeting with friends to set a time and place, because every year, depending on the network and which mobile network you're on, people have trouble actually sending messages and like finding each other. There's actually a known issue with COMIKET. Yeah, phones go out a lot, so like don't depend on it. If you're meeting with a friend, like find a location to meet, basically. But yeah, uh, I overall, like, I know in other countries like digital money is like kind of reign supreme. Um, keep the change acceptable. You just confuse the person you're buying from. Like tipping culture is not a thing in Japan, and I think they might get a little bit flustered and want to insist on getting your money back. Like I wouldn't risk it. It's not like a thing that is like culturally done, and I think you just wind up with a very confused artist, even though like the intention is good, you know, and the intent is very sweet. um, yeah, I think they'd sooner give you an extra doujinshi or like some extra things. Like if you're worried about change, like just buy more from their table. For that matter, like doujinshi are generally basically university priced, like nice round numbers, often between 100 to 2,000 yen. You're not really gonna find anything that's like priced at like 372 yen. So you're always gonna get like a round amount of change back, basically. Yeah. The sellers, they don't want to change either. Generally speaking, I'd say like prior to the event, if you can, like for the weeks coming up to it, like start saving your coins, start saving your 1,000 yen bills as you go throughout the week. If you can do that, like try to break it up before you go to the event. And that's the general advice on that. Speaking of money, I recommend taking a coin pouch, preferably something you can like hold around the neck. As your bag gets heavier, it will get more annoying to like fumble into your bag to get more money. Having it in a pouch you can access easily makes things faster for you, makes it like so much easier to not like fumble everything. Also, every year they have to put out a warning against pickpockets. So, you want to ideally put like your money in a place that's not very easy for pickpockets to get. I recommend a coin pouch if you're happy to like leave it in your jacket pocket. Of course, you can do that as well. But in my opinion, you're wearing something around your neck anyway, like the lanyard. um, like I know you're gonna look like a little bit goofy, but COMIKET is in a fashion show, and you're not even just gonna use that mini map. You're gonna want to have your ID on lock. Because if you wanna, you have to goofy otaku event. Like, don't worry about your fashion. Do I look that old? Wait, really? I was about to say because I get ID'd for 18 plus materials every single year. As you guys know, I am well over 18 at this point. I take your ID with you because I was gonna say you're probably gonna be ID'd for it because I always do. Like I do have a bit of a baby face, but basically put your ID card in your lanyard, flip it around so you don't, dox yourself, but like have it there and in a place where you can easily access and remove it. I guess I thought they ID'd everybody as a fool. Well, now I feel goofy. You've never been asked for ID. To be fair, people sometimes look a little bit shocked when they check the age and they're like, oh, it has happened before where they're like, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm like, it's okay. Either way, you never know. You might get ID'd just like me. So take your ID card with you. Yeah, it's a compliment. I take the compliment. I remember when I worked at a school and people asked me if I was one of the Chugakse. I might just have a case of baby face, that might just be it. You've never been asked for ID either? Is it just me who gets asked for ID when I buy Aero Dojin? Okay, maybe it's just me. I recommend taking it with you anyway. So once you're buying your doujinshi, you want a bag. Books are heavy. You want a bag that is sturdy. You know, if you don't want to like have a special bag investment, I recommend taking a tote bag. Then of course depends on how much you want to buy. I was running these slides by a friend before, and I was like, yeah, you know, I have like basically one of the basically the bag you see there, the black one there, which can hold up a lot of doujinshi. And like my friend was like, well, the people who are going probably don't need a specialized bag. And I was like, oh, are you and she was like, yeah, how much doujinshi do you think people are buying? And it's like 5 to 10 kilo. Isn't that normal? I am mostly joking, but if you're just going for like a casual little tour around COMIKET, a tote bag will do. A tote bag will probably hold up to like a good 30 or 40 books depending on the size. If you want to buy 5 to 10 kilo of doujinshi, consider getting a heavier duty bag. Meeting bags, office bags can be very good, especially the ones that are made for keeping the files apart. I can confirm, as somebody who does on average come back with 5 kilos or more from every doujinshi event I go to. Backpacks are preferable. Okay, let's talk about backpacks. If you're using backpacks, please be very considerate of the people around you. Backpacks are kind of considered a little bit impolite. It is very easy for you to like bump into somebody with a backpack. If you're taking a backpack with you, just like in the train, wear it in front of your body. Have it in front of you so you're not like bashing anybody over the heads. It's a very crowded event. As a whole, you know, it is considered like a little bit better to take like tote bags, like shoulder bags and so forth. Which is also to the point of the suitcase. Yeah, that's why you wear the backpacks backwards, because it's polite. Because you're not bothering anybody with it. That actually goes for Japanese trains as well. I just can't use one hand. That's okay. In that case, you know, keep the backpack in front of you, so that you're not bothering anyone. I also want to point out the suitcase thing. Also considered a little bit impolite. When you're like pulling around your suitcase, it's very easy to bump into people. You're taking up more space than other people are. Of course, suitcases are very nice if you're planning to buy a lot. But if you're taking a suitcase, consider putting it in the cloakroom. There is a cloakroom at COMIKET. It's primarily for cosplayers, but regular people are allowed to put their stuff away there as well. There are coin lockers, but we'll get into those later. Generally speaking, I don't recommend taking a suitcase unless you're a cosplayer or you're at the circle and then you can put it under the table. It is, you know, there's certainly, you're gonna see people here. These are just like, you know, general etiquette things. Even Japanese people will break them, but if you don't want to, you know, stand out or cause more trouble than you want to, I recommend against using a backpack or a suitcase, essentially. Then, other things you want to think on the day is, of course, the wristband, or you're not going to be able to enter the event. The wristband is your ticket. Put it on beforehand. There's also like the phone charger. If you're gonna queue up for a long time, you might be there for many hours. You'll probably want entertainment, which most of these days probably means you're gonna be on your phone for a while. You know, you can take your Switch with you. You can also take a book, but do you want to take up valuable doujinshi space in your bag? Yeah, I didn't think so, did you? Hope you hide it when your mom comes over. Well, you see, my mom is cool and she knows about it. Well, a lot of it is actually at the house in the Netherlands too. You know, once I got signed, got to be in the signed, you know, treasurer's closet, like bookcase together with all the normal signed books. So there's actually no worries about me having to hide my collection when my mom comes over. So the backpack stays with you. I mean, like, of course you can keep the backpack, just hold it in front of you. That's all I want to say, you know. Keep the backpack in front of you, not behind you. If you don't take a backpack, don't bump into people with it. What's the bathroom situation like? Expect to wait at least 20 minutes every time you go to the bathroom. Like every bathroom is gonna be busy. It's an event like attended by many people. Like account for that, like if you're going. Because there will be a wait basically. Um, get some HE stuff for her too. No, she doesn't get to eat it. Like I have talked about this before, but because like a decent amount of it is in the Netherlands, my mom very sweetly said she was gonna like learn how to read like basic Japanese, like hiragana and stuff. And she was like, "Oh, I can, practice on all those like fun little books you bought at COMIKET." And I was like, "No, maybe you should not practice on those." You know what, Mom? I'll buy you some fun kids books about Kirby and Pokemon. That's basically and I think she has never looked through them, thank God. No 18 plus. No, that's because you need the ID cards to buy the 18 plus materials. That's what it means. So next up, like you are talking about staying hydrated. Yeah, the bathrooms are not as bad in the afternoon either. It is very important you stay hydrated. More in summer, but even in winter, you're probably gonna sweat a little bit walking around. No, we're not teaching my mom ikuku. Must have looked through them now. Well, if she has very politely never told me about it. So like I will note, like specifically summer COMIKETs, you also need electrolytes. Water will basically never be enough if you're at like an event like this. Take some sports drinks, take something with salt, with electrolytes. Buy it before you go here, because especially water will get sold out at the vending machines, especially in summer. In summer, even the conbinis sometimes sell out. Take the water with you beforehand. Actually, in summer, I recommend like, depending on how long you're queuing up, like 2, 3, 4 bottles. Like you want to be prepared. You guys, my mom is very polite. She has not flipped to my dojinshi, I hope. Yeah, even the conbinis can be sold out of water. So please come prepare, basically. Can we cut an Android enough for that? Yeah, actually, Betty is very right. Like, if you have the choice of when to go, I recommend winter COMIKET over summer COMIKET as well. I just know that, like, for a lot of people, summer is when they get their holidays. So that is when more people go. But, like, winter COMIKET is generally preferable. Look. I can live in hope that my mom has never looked at them. So, in addition to drinks, you also want to take some snacks. When you're thinking of snacks, take something that is easy, clean, and not smelly, not messy. Things like energy bars. In summer, don't take chocolate, it will melt. You can take like onigiri. Keep in mind that you will likely have to take your own trash bag. So you want something that's like, don't bring tuna, that is smelly. So basically, you just want something that's like easy to snack, easy to eat. And especially if you're like, once again, if you're waiting in line for a long time, you want something to like nibble down on. You can't microwave Wish in the COMIKET line, you guys. Any memories of them? No, because once again, people are very considerate. This is like an event run with military precision where everybody is on the same line, united by the love of doujinshi, which means that like nobody is doing anything to ruin it. Essentially. So overall, no awful smelling food in my experience. Then of course bring your map. Some people will put like their map on a clipboard with like the full map and like a list of stuff, but I think clipboards are kind of big and unwieldy, and they take up space and weights that you could be filling up with the doujinshi you buy. And therefore, another reason I'm a proponent of the mini map, because they will take up neither space nor weight. Yeah, like usually, like the only people like once, like I also agree, like the snacks are mostly if you're waiting in line. Like usually when you're walking around, you're not like waiting to snack, and once you're done, you kind of we'll talk about like what you do after you go like are done, but you usually like just leave. So, the ones behind the table will be the ones eating to stay in there. So generally speaking, like also in the case of rain, you want to take a poncho. This is something that like is easily forgotten by a lot of people, but it's just a politeness thing. Umbrellas can be a bit of a nuisance to the other participants. Especially, you have to remember that when you're standing in line, people will be like put pretty closely together to each other. So using an umbrella has a chance of like, poking somebody in the neck, in the eye. You might be dripping water onto their heads. Like, generally speaking, on umbrellas, you're basically taking up space and you're kind of like being a nuisance to the people around you while you're queuing. So a poncho is better. On top of that, you can put your bag under the poncho, and it's actually better coverage than a umbrella would give you. Is a pink morph suit? That would be fine. You just have to change at the changing room. That's what it comes down to. Yeah, winter's also dry season. It means that there's basically gonna be no rain. In fact, tomorrow the weather forecast is very nice, just like a little cloudy and sunny. Don't take an umbrella. Use your catalog if you need. And then I also recommend, in the case of rain, a large plastic bag, or garbage bag, basically whatever you need to wrap around like your actual bag to keep your doujinshi safe. Of course, doujinshi is primarily made of paper, which means that if it gets wet, you're gonna ruin everything. So, if you know it's gonna rain, I recommend you come prepared so that like your treasures do not get ruined, basically. So, there's also some specific items depending on the season. So, summer, I cannot emphasize enough how hot it is during summer. I put the, temperatures on the screen, both Celsius and Fahrenheit. Keep in mind that this is high humidity, between 80 and 100% humidity. It is miserable. It is hot. It will continue to be hot all day. You're gonna be sweating. It's basically unbearable. The sun stings your skin. Every year, people need medical attention because they get heat stroke. There are like medics and first aid on site, but like, let's try to avoid that situation. There is aircon, but like the aircon can only do so much, It's a massive hall with hundreds of thousands of people inside of it. Like, what are you gonna do? It will be like a little bit cooler inside, but will overall be pretty warm. Depending on how sensitive you are to heat, like you might even want to like bring a light jacket so that the heat doesn't sting your skin as much outside. But more than anything, I want to just repeat again, water is not enough. Like, don't even worry about peeing because you're gonna sweat it all out. Don't get dehydrated. Hydrate yourself before it's too late. Like, you need like sports drinks. You need like something like the salty lychee drink. You have to electrocute yourself, basically. You cannot just drink water. You will get sick. You can get heat stroke. Yeah, Aussie's going in with the advantage, exactly. You also have like the chat, like use sunscreen, wear a hat. General like advice for going out in the heat. Also, a little note for people who aren't used like hot summers with high humidity. There will be a lot of condensation on your drinks, which means that like having a drink pouch or even like a small towel to wrap around your bottle is not a bad idea. Or putting them in a separate compartment of your bag, because otherwise you might find that your drink has now soaked your doujinshi because there's a lot of condensation on the outside. How hot does it get in Tokyo? Between 30 and 40 degrees Celsius, or 86 and 104 degrees Fahrenheit. It can actually feel hotter than that, based on the temperature and the humidity. It is very, very, very hot. Like, I cannot emphasize enough how hot it is during summer COMIKET. It's also why I recommend winter COMIKET over summer COMIKET. But if you're going to the summer one, take salt candy. Salt candy will save your life. You will see them in like the stores. They're like called shio ame. Look for the kanji on screen. A lot of them are like lemon flavored. You will feel better like eating the salt candy. Take them with you. Like, I really, really recommend taking them with you. Do not don an entire bag of salt. And then finally, you kind of want to take like a hand fan, whether it's a manual one or like like an electric one. You can take cooling sheets. I really recommend like some kind of way to blow air in your face, as well as a neck towel. The neck towel will like you can use it to like wipe your sweat. And it can also, like help you not get burnt on the neck. Of course you're using sunscreen, but the neck is a particularly tricky spot, I think, for a lot of people, especially because like, well, it's like an exposed spot if you're like tying your hair up, and like basically just bring a towel, just a small one. They sell a lot of specific neck towels in Japan if you don't have one. Highly recommend it. Then in winter, it's actually quite pleasant. Like Smokey already mentioned it, but this winter's COMIKET, it's on the warm end. And actually, it's been kind of warm for the past few years. Global warming, yay! Yeah, between -5 and 20 degrees. Or between 33 and 68 Fahrenheit. Tomorrow, like this weekend, it's gonna be roughly 12 to 15 degrees. Very pleasant, very nice, lovely weather. Honestly, like, it's been a long time since there was like a proper cold winter COMIKET, like in recent years. So it's great. Like, it's actually quite warm. You don't even have to like really dress up to it. Yeah, 2019 was a particularly warm one. Like, there have been years where people are just like basically putting on their summer cosplay because it was like 25 Celsius or something that year. Honestly, comfortable. No, not -20, not -20. That, いい天気だね. So it's actually really nice. Like, winter in Tokyo doesn't really kick off till like January, February, at least in recent years. There's basically very little chance of snow. Like, do I prefer the heat or the cold? If you're asking, do I prefer summer or winter COMIKET? Winter COMIKET by far. Because it's basically the perfect temperature. Between like 10 and 20 degrees for the most parts. So if it's really cold, get a warm drink, get some gloves, get Cairo, which are pocket warmers. But honestly, if it's a COMIKET like tomorrow, like, bro, just wear whatever you want. You're gonna be fine. If it's particularly cold, wearing a mask is pretty nice because it'll keep your nose warm and can also, help you prevent like the summer colds. But like, honestly, winter has been so comfy lately. But that's just what to bring. So what do you wear? Second part of equipment. Here's some outfits you might want to consider. Remember, you're gonna be lining up outside. Which means that not just when you're going into the building, but also if you're going to line up for any wall circles, you're probably gonna be outside again. Make sure you're like dressed for it. The inside can be different inside as well, especially during winter. It will be significantly warmer on the inside because it's a hall with many people inside of it. So for the winter, you want to be able to wear jackets you can take off, for example. Cute drawings? Thank you. I do that something very quickly. Looks like she did a 15-hour shift and wants to go home and sleep. That's the life. You wake up at 4 to get to the COMIKET and you're tired. So just going over them quickly, once we said, wear a hat or a cap. You can even, put your towel over your head, just, protect yourself against the sun. We talked about the towel. If you're wearing light color clothes, that is generally better. Black t-shirts and stuff will really absorb a lot of heat, which you don't want to do in the summer. If you have long hair, you want to tie it up. It will probably get in the way. You don't want to get it caught on anything. We talked about the lanyard, the money pouch, a sturdy bag that can fit all the doujinshi you want. And most importantly, make sure everything is comfortable. That goes for clothes, that goes for shoes. Do not wear high heels. Do not wear boots that are hard to walk in. Do not wear sandals, because if somebody steps on your toes in the crowd, that kind of sucks. Doesn't happen a lot, but you want to be prepared for it. Most importantly of all, COMIKET is not a fashion show. So just dress for comfort, Do they have ATMs at the con? They have ATMs at the nearby konbinis. I recommend getting money out the day before or at your departing station, because those konbinis are gonna be busy. So unless you want to line up for half an hour to take money out, just take money with you beforehand. What if shoes are part of your cosplay? Cosplay is a completely different matter. If you're dressing for cosplay, you're not necessarily dressing for comfort. This is, dress guidelines if you're trying to attend normally. Yeah, and you're also not wearing cosplay to COMIKET. That's a very important point we'll be covering several times throughout this PowerPoint. Then for winter, if it's cold, wear a hat or earmuffs. I recommend not wearing a long scarf because it's easy for your scarf to like fall off, fly away, get lost, get in somebody's face. Um, so that's. I also recommend wearing a jacket you can take off or like put away in your bag easily. Just because like it can be a lot warmer inside. If you're wearing gloves, consider having them with touchscreen function because you might want to like use your phone in the line and so on. And then once again, like lanyard, money, all that kind of stuff. Cairo can go under your jacket, in your gloves, in your shoes. Probably a good amount for a day. It depends on how much you want to buy. Like honest to God, am not the best person to ask on how much to take with you. Because I take between 30,000 and 50,000 yen to my average like event as like a go-to when it comes to doujinshi. But like I really love doujinshi. Like if you're just visiting a couple of circles, like a couple thousand yen is probably enough. Like maybe more if you want to go to the corporate booths because those tend to be more expensive. But on average, I spend between like 3 and 5 months whenever I go to doujin events. Probably like 10. Yeah, you're probably fine. Like if you're not planning to buy like a lot of stuff, keep in mind that like the average doujinshi, depending on the size, will be between like 100 to 2,000 yen. Smaller books average between 200 and 700, while the anthologies tend to be between 1,000 and 2,000. So like plan accordingly for that. If you're buying official goods and CDs, you'll want like a lot more. Because corporate boots, exactly, it's like, the amount of money you take to like a store, I guess. Buying official figurines and like body pillows and stuff, you're probably like, well, you're looking at a lot more money. 3-1. Mon means 10,000 in Japanese. So that means 30,000 basically. I'm sorry, it's habit. Yeah, CDs are often between 1,500 or 2,000. Games can be like 3,000 or more as well. And basically means like it depends on like how much you plan to spend. Bring as much as you, yeah, exactly. Bring your budget so you don't overspend. I mean, honestly, bring the budget because like you're gonna have trouble taking money out in the day. So you don't have to like take out any money while you're there is what I recommend. But yeah, that is roughly what I recommend. Like sometimes I take out extra money during the day if it turns out I want like extra stuff. But it depends on the event. Yeah, comic market, konbanwa. Today we're talking about COMIKET. Blow I don't spend more money than you can afford. Try to draw it at 10k per day. That's honestly a pretty good budget. Exactly. Though it's a good point. Like if you're coming from the outside right now, the yen is pretty cheap. So why not, spend a little extra and support a bunch of artists? I may be biased, but I'm just saying. So let's talk about the COMIKET hazards. This is a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but there are some things to be aware of before you arrive on the battlefield. Like the cloud. The cloud. So this is specifically a summer hazard. When you put 100,000 people into a single room, the sweat and precipitation can rise to the ceiling and form a, beautiful man-made ecosystem. Imagine the smell. It doesn't smell very good. This is another reason why I recommend you take a fan with you, because if you take a fan, you can kind of fan away the smell and like not have to smell it all the time. It doesn't happen every year. It definitely depends on the weather of the day and like how particularly like humid it is that day and how hot it is. But that is that's the Natsukomi. The COMIKET Kumo, basically, the COMIKET clouds. Also, not a big issue during the afternoon. Like a lot of these things, like also not a big issue if you're going on the first or second day. It's mostly an issue on the third day, where the most people arrive in the most popular hall. By far, the Rift is for men category is basically where you're gonna fight this cloud. Is what I'm saying. Most other days you can actually walk around pretty easily without too many issues. Most other halls you can actually walk around pretty easily without too many issues, even more so in the afternoon. But that's the cloud, and I personally think it's kind of funny, so I just wanted to show it to you guys. Let's go to like some actual hazards. We kind of already talked about the heat and the cold. Like the cold is not very applicable most winters. You just need to wrap up kite when it is. Summer though, the heat is a real hazard. I keep saying it, but don't get heat stroke. Once again, water is not enough. You need salt or you will die, basically. It's also a little smelly. But if we all work together to prevent it, please shower and wear deodorant before you go. And the rest, it's there's only so much you can do when you have a lot of people in like 40-degree weather, but having a fan to wave the smell away is pretty useful. Specifically this winter, something to be aware of is that Tokyo Big Sight Station is under renovation. The escalator will not be working at Tokyo Big Sight Station, which is why they recommend traveling through Ariake or Kokusai Tenjijo. Because like there will be a lot of crowding, people will probably be lining up for the elevator a lot more, as well on the staircase. Basically having an entire escalator out of commission is gonna cause a lot of congestion. People are unlikely to know about that unless they're like actually keeping up with the news. Is there a way to find the artist for the free loot that you got this year? Oh, you mean for like Melon Books and stuff? If you go to the Melon Books website, all the artists are listed that like did the extra goods. So like you'll be able to find like a list of all the names. If there's like a specific one that you're curious about, just like send me a DM on Twitch and I can like look up the one that like it will be listed on my book. So things are going well. So other like things that are something you might want to be wary of is there are pickpockets. It's something they give out a warning for every year. Dress with pickpocket prevention in mind. Don't leave your possessions around. You're not allowed to do that anyway. They don't want, anything looking suspicious and unattended. So, as with any crowded event, there's, I think, less pickpockets now that it's like a ticketed event. It's no longer free, but there will probably still be plenty of them in the area walking around. So, if you're curious, okay, in that case, just put it like in a general channel of Discord. I'll check it after stream. So it's actually going to be warm tomorrow. Yep, around 15 degrees. So other thing is like there will be crowds. If you're like be dressed to move through a cloud, wear comfortable clothes. Don't wear anything that's gonna get hooked on people. Don't like this might seem obvious, but don't have stuff with like chains and all that kind of things that like might get caught on other people's clothing or bags. Basically, if you have friends, they might not be reachable because the cell reception can be bad or cut out. So if you want to meet with somebody, be like, okay, at like 1 o'clock we're regrouping at like East Hall 2. It's ticketed now. Oh, you have to buy the tickets beforehand. That's how it works. So the tickets went on sale like a while back. So people have been able to buy them online at Animate, at Melon Books, Noana, and so on and so forth. So do they only target money? Just money. There are like, cases of theft, especially popular circles, but generally they keep a pretty good eye on that. They're unlikely to steal your bags because like doujinshi isn't guaranteed to like really resell for a lot of money. So that is like something to keep in mind. It's mostly just your money though, so that's the main concern when it comes to pickpockets. So there's a little bonus about applying as a circle. So originally I went a lot more in depth about this, and then I remembered that Though I find it very interesting and I've got some experience, this applies to basically nobody. So I've condensed it down to one page. If you want to apply as a circle, basically you go through a lottery system. Basically, anybody can apply. Applications for summer Comiket are usually done between February and March. You will know the results in June, while the winter ones are usually done early August, with the results in November. If you want to participate as a circle, you have to live in Japan, and it's very important that you are able to understand and follow instructions in Japanese. You need to be able to communicate in Japanese at your table, and you need to also like be old enough. So those are like the main things. Applying is actually quite cheap. If you're like just applying as like a single person, it's basically just 8,000 yen, as you can see. Applications like include a circle cut, which is like the little thing we saw in the catalog before, where you basically wind up putting in like a little preview illustration, and then your name also gets put inside of it. So well, it has to be a Chusen, which means a lottery, because like there's so many people who apply, and this way it is fair to everyone. See, Bunny Dojin, when if I somehow wind up having a lot of time this year, I might want to get into it again at some point. Like I said, I've mentioned it on stream before, but prior to becoming a VTuber, like dojinshi stuff was my main hobby. So, fun fact: printers in Japan will actually ship your stuff straight to the event. Some of them will even accept manuscripts right up the day before for an extra fee, which means that on the flip side, they will often also provide discounts if you are like a very good little artist who finished their manuscript a month beforehand. They will print it for cheaper. Take part of Seiko Sunday is one of my biggest wishes. If you ever want to join, like please let me know. Like hit me up. We could even like share a table or something. I have an address in Japan. Because like I have the experience. I know how to go through it. But yeah, no, it's actually very fun. Like the way that like the prints are in Japan, like especially compared to other countries, where if you're printing your own doujinshi, you kind of just have to deal with it and like use like a proper business printer, and they're usually really bad at like printing screen tone. So in Japan, a lot of printers are solely focused on like the doujin industry, which is great because they'll have like different options for cover, insights, inserts, bonus goods you can print, as well as the posters you see at the table. And most importantly, they will handle shipping to and from the event, so also your leftover stock can be taken away just that easily at the end of the day. It is wonderful. Using printers in Japan is like such a relief too, like compared to using printers like in Europe by comparison. Yeah, no, exactly. Some people are still wrapping up their doujinshi as of today, probably, because once again, there are printers that will take prints up to the day before, and actually, because the printers like work so closely together with the artist, it's actually very fascinating. It depends all on the printer you're choosing, but some of them will even offer services where they like check in on you and like ask like, "Hey, how's it going? Is it going along? Do you need like some encouragement?" Like, it's actually very, very cool. As well as they will give you feedback on things that might not show up. They will do test prints. They will tell you like, oh, this is probably like, going into the bleed or the margin, basically where like stuff isn't being printed. Some of them will even like provide on the day support. Like if it turns out like you are at the event and you're looking at your doujinshi and there's like a misprint that is like at the fault of the printer, some of them will even offer to like reprint and like get it there within like the 3 hours before the event starts. That's like a very extra example, but basically the printers go hard, and like the doujinshi printing industry basically supports like the artist to an insane degree, and it's like a very tight symbiosis that like goes like very, very hardcore. It is some cool stuff. If anybody is like ever like interested in like the ins and outs of like actually working as like a circle in Japan, like that's like a whole different conversation. I kind of condensed it into like some little things now, but there's like so many different tools that you can like do. How it was before that? Basically, you did it all on paper. Even now, the COMIKET Circle application, they still have post applications. You can do it, like, of course, online, but you can actually still send in your application by post, which means that, like, this little circle cut. You're sending them in, like, your physical copy of the circle cut that they are going to be like scanning in and putting into the catalog old school style. Though, like, yeah, the option is still there. If you are a pure physical artist, you can still do that. In fact, if you are still drawing your manuscripts on paper, you can actually send off your physical manuscript to the printer to, like, be converted into a printed book. Physical screen tone and all. It's possible to do that even now. But enough about the circle stuff. Let's talk about the night before. Basically, get ready, get your bags, go to sleep. Get enough rest. You are preparing for war. You need to be ready. You need to be rested up. You don't want to basically stumble before you reach the finish line. Especially if you're like planning to queue up early. Only the night before, honestly, I recommend resting up, sleeping early, taking plenty of baths and showers and good food for the week before, so you are in top fighting condition before you go to COMIKET. But I know that's not completely realistic for everyone, so at the very least the night before. So the day has come. That's what I've been doing. I've been eating during the week mostly. Yeah. So the day has come. The sun rises over the battlefields. You are at COMIKET. This is how COMIKET might look like a little bit. So there is a couple of things to keep in mind now the day is finally there. The first off is how you get there. There are 3 stations around COMIKET. Kokusai Tenjijo, Ariake, and Tokyo Big Sight. Most years you aren't gonna use Ariake because it's just on the Yukamome line and you can just stay an extra step to get off at Tokyo Big Sight. But this year is an exception because, like I said, Tokyo Big Sight has some construction going on. Have I mentioned what yet? That I don't know what that means. So these are the various stations. Honestly, the Yukamome tends to be the more popular line. It's the more busy one. I actually like the Rinkai line more because it's still crowded, but it's less crowded by comparison. It's a slightly longer walk from Big Sight itself, but you'll get there fairly quickly. I also, just for you guys, marked all the kombinis on the map. I put handy dandy little thumbnails so you know where they are. As you can see, there's a big Lawson 7-Eleven Family Mart presence as well as a Daily Yamazaki. They're all gonna be crowded. They're all gonna be crowded, and I recommend getting all the stuff you need beforehand. But if, once you hit the afternoon, they will be slightly less crowded. But honestly, they're good for last minute purchases. You're a collector of the finer things? Yes, I am. I was even before I went to Japan, and it has only fueled my collection since. That hotel must be killing it. Oh yeah, now basically, I don't even mention the hotels. Because unless you are way pre-prepped for war, you're not getting a room in any hotel in this area. Don't even bother trying to get one. Those things are booked months in advance. Don't bother. It's honestly not hard to get to COMIKET. So just go from wherever your hotel is, generally speaking. I just travel from my house myself. I just take the train. I go through the Rinkai line. The exact route you take might depend. Basically, everything connects to the Rinkai or the Yukamome one way or another. Yukamome is a little bit more connected to central Tokyo, as well as Vivi, thank you for gifting a sub to Yuan. Thank you. Basically, just take the station that is more practical from wherever you're going from. And if it doesn't make a big difference, I actually recommend Kokusai Tenjijo. Even though it's a slightly longer walk, it is the slightly less crowded train. Yeah, you won't lose that much time. Exactly, the trains will go on time. you will basically not get any issues. Someone stays at Kyoto, would I need to wake up at like 3? I mean, the problem is if you're staying in Kyoto, the trains don't go till like 5 earliest, so you're not gonna get to Tokyo till like 9 earliest if you're taking like the fastest Shinkansen, I think, from Kyoto. Like if you're staying in Kyoto, like do stay in Tokyo the night before. That is quite a distance. Like don't go that far. Well, unless you're fine with just going in the afternoon, you know? For the people working those convenience, oh yeah, they're getting busy. Yeah, we're planning COMIKET. We're doing COMIKET plans. So that is basically like where you come from. Like for the few people who are going tomorrow this weekend, just keep in mind that like you're advised not to go to Tokyo Big Sight. Most other years, Tokyo Big Sight is the closest station to go to. This year, remember, there's construction. They expect a lot of congestion at Tokyo Big Sight station specifically, so don't take that one. So there is the question of like the first train. Now, this is from 2012, and I think it should be noted that the first train doesn't matter as much as it has in the past. Because nowadays we've got early entry tickets to both discourage like overnight stays as well as, you know, people watching the event. Because of the early entry tickets, people who don't have the early entry, they're not going to get in before them. The people who do have them, I mean, I guess there's still mild value to getting in front of the early entry line or in front of the general line, but like basically the strong need to be there first thing in the morning isn't as strong as it used to be. So also these days they really discourage running, which means that in more recent years, like if you look at videos of 2018, 2019 and so on, you'll mostly see people fast walking out of the gate. But I kind of want to show this big like video because like you know, the COMIKET dash is kind of iconic. So this is the first train back in 2012. Back when it was still very worthwhile to be the first in line in the morning. There they go. There they go. I don't recommend taking the first train, especially if you're like new to the event. It's probably not worth it unless you're like actually trying to get like a very popular or high ticket item that's gonna sell out very quickly. So yeah, that's the first train. You may notice though, there's a lot of people on it. There's a lot of people. I mean, that's because like technically you're not allowed to run. Like even before they started like actively discouraging the running, it was still like being a little bit cheeky to run that fast. Because you're not allowed to technically. You're at best allowed to fast walk. So that's the first train. So I think there's... Why is it still playing the... Okay, thank you. So I guess there is the question of coin lockers. Because we discussed luggage before. And like some people are like, you know, I don't have a hotel. You leave your like, can I leave it in a coin locker? Can I put like my, you know, suitcase in a coin locker? Can I... Well, there are coin lockers at the station, as well as in Big Sight itself, but they're gonna be full. So you might ask, what about the adjacent station? Can I use a coin locker in Aomi Telecom Station, Daiba Station, Odaiba, Hinode, Takashiba, Shiodome, Toyosu, Tokyo Teleport, and also Island, Shinagawa Seaside, or Omachi? They're probably gonna be full too. This is not a COMIKET, this is just a connecting station. This is the Hyakucho line at Toyosu instead. First train in the morning, 5:47. Basically expects that every single coin locker along the line to COMIKET is gonna be full. If you want a coin locker, you're gonna have to reserve it like 1 or 2 days in advance. So, casually speaking, don't depend on coin lockers, basically. Assume you're not gonna get one. You might get like very lucky, like on a miracle, but it's most of the time it's not gonna happen. So then there's the queue. So COMIKET wait times. The earlier you arrive, the closer to the opening you get in. If you arrive at 11 when the event opens proper, it will probably still take you half an hour to 1 hour to get inside. It's why COMIKET, like officially on the website, recommends that like even if you're getting in at 11, that you arrive between 8 and 10, so that you can like basically get in shortly after 11. If you want to get in earlier, well, things are different these days because the early entry tickets, if you didn't buy an early entry ticket, you're not getting in earlier than anybody who does have an early entry ticket. So the first train doesn't have the impact that it used to do. Though here you see like a nice little video of the queue. I mentioned it a little bit earlier, but like basically the Olympics even took inspiration from COMIKET in terms of like how lines are arranged as well as how they are organized. It is very precise. The queues move very smoothly. It's very organized. Basically what you do is you follow the instructions of the staff members and you just line up. Surviving the queue is gonna mostly take patience. It's gonna take enough hydration, maybe a little snack, and then whatever you need to keep yourself entertained. Keep in mind that there will be usually two queues, one going towards the east halls and one going towards the west or south halls. Get inside of the queue that you're interested in, and these are the official like maps that the COMIKET has put out these years. So if you've got the AM wristband and the PM wristband, it shows you where to line up, as well as like if you want to go to east entry or west entry, you can see there are 2 stars, except if you've got the PM wristband, because there's only entry through the west halls. What did people do waiting in line before phones? Books, Game Boy, talking to people, reading. Yep, basically that kind of stuff. That's basically what it comes down to. Yeah, playing handhelds and reading books. Like my first COMIKET was before I had like a good cell phone with like instant access, and that's basically what I did. I brought my Game Boy with me and I played it in line. Bring enough charge for the entirety of the wait, essentially. That is basically what it comes down to. See picture of people taking console. Okay, but that is not the norm. Like people these days might take like a Switch or a PSP or DS. What if you have to pee? Complicated. Try not to. I think there's like kind of regulations of like getting out of the line and getting back in if you ask the staff members, but it's just don't. It's what it comes down to. Yeah, you can bring your Game Boy, your link cable. Exactly. That's what it comes down to. Like you can also like start browsing the catalog, like do some any like last minute planning. Oh yeah, I will check after the stream is over. Hello, don't worry. So when it comes to surviving the queue, just follow the staff instructions. They will be there. They will be waving. There will be signage saying like East Hall, West Hall, AM Westband queue, early entry ticket queue, all that kind of stuff. It will basically show you where to go. The main thing is like there's a lot of people. It will be crowded. Try not to take up too much space. Be considerate of like your luggage if you have any. Like don't make a lot of noise. Don't like bring smelly foods. And yeah, take something to keep you entertained, and you'll usually be fine. But you will be there for hours, especially if you are lining up early. And even if you're not lining up early, you're probably still gonna be there for an hour. As you can see, these are the recommended arrival times. Even if you have a wristband already, they still recommend you arrive at least an hour beforehand. Doing so means you'll probably get in between 11 and 12, overall speaking. So, also like these, if anybody for some reason is watching this VOD like a year from now, like ignore these pictures. The routes may differ depending on the year you go. Like look up the official COMIKET media to see where you have to go this year, just in case things get changed up, That is like another thing to keep in mind. Okay, so yeah, I've never been able to get it to say my twice. Exactly. Changes up pretty much every single year, so keep that in mind. So we've got some general attendee advice. Now this is a lot, but we're gonna go over it because this is important. You don't want to be that guy who's gonna be like very rude and like ruining it for everybody, and like you might even get escorted out of the event if you like, breaking the rules. And like, some of these rules are explicitly written, and some of them are kind of unspoken rules that you just have to kind of keep in mind altogether. So let me take a sip of my drink and we'll go through them. So one very important one, and I don't think we have to worry about here, but that is to not arrive, loiter around the area, or start queuing up the night before. I don't think any of you were planning to do that, but I think it's quite important to also realize that don't do like an after party in the evening. COMIKET is very mindful of like not causing any trouble to the locals who might be in the area, to the other businesses. It is very important that attendees do not, cause any meiwaku or like, disturbance or nuisance to those who are around them. Because like if they do, then, COMIKET may be in trouble for years to come after that. So just don't cause trouble in general, don't start vandalizing the areas, don't run around, though, like basically don't be a hassle. No running, no walking on the escalators. It is quite common for people to walk on escalators in stations around Tokyo, so you might be surprised to hear that this is quite a strict rule inside COMIKET. You will get yelled at if you start walking on the escalators. It's a safety concern. There have been events, I don't believe COMIKET specifically, where somebody tripped on the escalator, people fall down, people got injured. It can be dangerous if people are running and walking on the escalators, and if people are getting injured on the escalators, that could put like COMIKET's use of like big sized and the event in general in jeopardy. It is quite important to not walk on them. We mentioned earlier, don't use like large money bills. Big denominations will kind of fluster, especially smaller circles. They will probably not have change for you. If you are like carrying a heavy bag, if you have a rucksack, put it in front of you. Be aware of your surroundings. If you have like a heavy tote bag, don't swing it. Don't like, knock into people with it. Especially if books are heavy, people can get injured if you like fall on top of them with your book. Do not attend if sick. That is, they ask every year, but every year, people wind up getting terrible COMIKET flu afterwards. It's polite to not infect everybody, even if you really want the Jinshi very badly. Are moving walkways common in Japan? COMIKET Big Site actually has some moving walkways, but they are often not turned on during COMIKET. I think it's because it's probably just to prevent congestion in general and like any injuries. But yeah, the hallway leading from the main area to the East Hall actually has moving walkways inside of it. Would I say they're common? I see them here and there, like the underground part of Ikebukuro has them as well, like connecting the two streets of Sunshine City. Yeah, they are turned on during Komichiya, indeed. I believe Comic City and Comic City Spark turns them on as well. Komichiya I actually have that in my COMIKET alternatives at the end of the presentation. Komichiya is basically kind of an event like COMIKET, but dedicated entirely to original works. So no fan works, but people's original creations. I think like COMIKET is just literally so crowded that they, don't turn them out of safety concerns. So basically, be polite to other attendees, staff, artists, follow staff instructions, and very importantly, if you got mean stuff to say, don't say it. Don't disparage those around you or the artists at the table. If you have strong opinions about somebody's art style, the pairings, the series, the characters they like, keep them to yourself. COMIKET is a event that like everybody can participate in equally. Anybody is allowed to create whatever they want, and basically don't be mean. Keep that shit at home. This is not a place for like being, some like gossipy drama queen, Don't be mean. Keep it to yourself. If you don't like it, just walk past it. That is basically what it is all about. Like, do people have time to be mean? you'd be surprised. Like, basically, don't start bitching in front of people. Like, just, walk towards the circles you want to go to, and don't start causing troubles. Like, certainly don't approach the artist and start complaining about what they're drawing. What the hell are you doing? I hope they kick you out, basically, if you are doing that. This is very important. Like, don't even like gossip with your friends. If you have a friend and you both don't like something, people might not necessarily understand English, but some people might. Like, why are, like, generally speaking, just don't be so negative, focus on the things you like rather than disparaging the things you don't. That's basically what it comes down to. For that matter, don't be overly loud. If you are with friends, like, don't be shouting. It is a very big area. Things can get echoey quickly if everybody starts like talking loudly. It will just have like a multiplying effect. It is very meiwaku. Exactly, exactly. I kind of covered it earlier. Don't wear clothes that could pose a hazard. So if you have like a really cool metal jacket with like spikes on it, COMIKET is probably not the place to wear it because you might tear up other people's clothing. It's a small place. um, so, you probably don't want to wear like your leather spike jacket anyway. That's not very comfortable for COMIKET. Don't take pictures outside of the cosplay areas. This is very important. Um, Basically, this is kind of a unspoken rule where people don't want to get their picture taken unless you specifically get permission to take their picture. A lot of artists might not want their identity out there. Even though artists are tabling, it's still like under the premise that like it's just with the people who are coming to meet them and like buy their books and like interact with them there. Some people might, have other jobs where they not don't necessarily want to make known that they are an artist. It is not an uncommon occurrence. Like, it happens all the time where people basically retire from like doujinshi in general because like people at their school or at their work found out. It is indeed illegal in Japan to take pictures of people without permission. So that means basically don't take pictures when you are inside of the halls. It doesn't just go for artists. Some people are participating and don't particularly want to get the picture taken. Would you want to get your picture taken when you are a sweaty mess at 40 degrees Celsius, for that matter? Basically, ask before taking pictures and don't do it in the halls. The halls are very busy and crowded. People might be walking around buying stuff in cosplay. This is not the place to take pictures of them. Because, like, if you are in the halls, there is no good place for you to pull a cosplayer aside and take a picture. You are gonna block the paths, you are gonna block the flow of traffic through people like buying stuff. Even if you see a cosplayer, wait till you maybe see them again outside somewhere, because inside the doujinshi area is not the place. Yeah, also not like the eating areas. Exactly, exactly. It's just taking a picture, illegal, just sharing it. I mean, both are, I guess, like, sharing it is like worse, but like in general speaking, it's not nice and people will feel uncomfortable if you are pulling like your camera or your phone out in like the general halls. You are basically spreading like bad vibes throughout. Basically, people will be uncomfortable, people will be wondering why you're doing this. If you're taking pictures specifically of doujinshi tables, they might call the staff on you, because like the artists often do not want like random pictures taken of their work. Um, so it's still not considered a good thing to do. So I kindly request to everybody to please not be that guy. Don't take a picture inside the convention hall. Just take pictures outside in the specified areas where you're allowed to take pictures. And for that matter, ask before taking pictures. This is much more important in Japan. Um, like, this goes for all the cosplayers. There are some cosplayers who might actually refuse taking pictures. This might sound counterproductive to some people in other countries, but a lot of people do in Japan wind up cosplaying purely for the love of the character, and also once again don't necessarily have social media presence. Some of them might actually like work jobs where they don't want to put their face out there, or they're not looking for social media fame. They are really just there to like meet other peoples and other fans. Yeah, there's a lot of respect for privacy, which means that like regardless of like whether they're in cosplay or not, you always have to ask beforehand, even if they're in a cosplay area, because they might just be there to like meet other fans and not necessarily to get their pictures taken. Very important to keep in mind. And if they, say no, just move on. Don't try to fight them for it. Just, find somebody else to take a picture of. Um, like this is indeed all common sense, but you'd be surprised because, like, common sense is, well, common sense to most people, but some people, like, every year the rules get broken. um, Overall, like, no drunken antics. I think this goes, pretty logically. Alcohol isn't allowed at COMIKET. The event ends at 4. Like, what are you doing? Like, afternoon drinking at COMIKET anyway? Like, just leave that for the evening when you're going to, like, another part of Tokyo. There are electric plugs throughout the building. You're not allowed to use them. You can't use them to charge your phone or anything like that. Yeah. No, you cannot ask cosplayers to take pictures outside of, like, the cosplay spots, like in the halls and stuff, because you're gonna meiwaku everybody. You're gonna, get in the way. So you have to stick to the cosplay area. Cosplayers might, deny you if they're, like, moving from one place to another, or they might tell you to, like, maybe find different spots. But you basically, you always have to ask. Won't be cold enough for the whiskey heating. Yeah. It's good to write down the unwritten rules because, like, for some people, they're not, like, atarimae. They don't, like, like, straightforward or, like, obvious. Leave a little bit earlier. We'll also, like, give you a bit more elbow spray on the tray, 100%. Why do you have a lanyard on? I went over that earlier. I recommend taking a lanyard with your own minimap as well as your ID for when you get carded for R80 material. Phone charger is part of my gear, but I mean, like, the batteries that you put a USB in, bring it preloaded. Don't plug it into the wall. I mean, like those battery packs, is that what you call them? Basically one that you can, like, charge with a USB from your bag, but not one you use your plug for. Then also, don't sit or block fire exits or passageways. I feel like this shouldn't be said, but people will always start sitting in front of doors or, like, rearranging their luggage in front of the door. Don't do that. What's with the W? Oh, I think that's my mouse. It made it a bit dirty. Watch where you're going. That's the thing as well. Like, this is specifically, like, you might have your phone out to check something. It's a crowded place. Like, look ahead of you. If you're gonna check something on your phone or on your map, find a spot where you can, like, stand for a little bit out of the way of anybody else. So that you're not, like, bumping into anybody while you're walking. Also, for that matter, get out of the way if you need to check something or talk to someone. I can't count how often I see people just, like, blocking an entire pathway as they are, like, regrouping or talking to each other. And I'm sorry to all the guy Kokujin, but a lot of them do it. I'm sorry. Like, get out of the way. Move off to the side. People are walking here. They want to go through. Please, just go to the wall somewhere or, like, one of the pillars. Leave a spot. And generally speaking, just be nice. Goes back to what I said before. Like, if you disagree with something, then don't make it anybody else's problem. If you basically just be polite, don't cause a fuss. Like, certainly don't go picking any fights. Yeah, and popular cosplayers also have lines for them. Like, we'll actually talk about cosplayers a little bit later. You indeed don't want to bother them if they're, like, eating or whatever. They'll often refuse you if you try to go up to them while they're doing that. Well, nobody is following that one, but it's still in the official COMIKET guidelines. It's on their website. It is considered polite. A lot of people aren't following it, but it is considered polite to stay home if you have a fever, so you don't, like, typhoid Mary the entire convention center, even though somebody does it every year. I hope that none of you are doing that. Please. Please, don't be part of the problem, is what it comes down to. Like, you can say that about most of these. Like, it's certainly, there are plenty of, like, Japanese people every year that would be, like, will, like, break these rules, and they will be dealt with as well, like, either through being kicked out of the event, or general disapproving stares if it's, like, an unwritten rule instead of a serious rule. Yeah, no, if if you are sick and you really need to go, at least wear a mask. But generally speaking, the COMIKET preparatory committee requests you do not go at all if you are sick. So, interacting with the circles. There are some things you may not be used to if you've never been to a Japanese event before. First and foremost, the end of the line sign. Especially longer circles will have one of these. Look for the sign. Sometimes the line might be longer than it appears because they might leave like a gap in the middle to allow other people to walk through, especially if it loops around the back or if it goes outside. Basically, look for the end of the line sign. The end of the line sign might have the name of like the circle on it as well. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I'll take a sip. And basically, you want to like basically go up to them and take the sign. You can say something like mochimasu, but you can also just like give them like a little nod and like take the sign over. And then if somebody else comes in after you, you pass the sign down to them. And that will basically just like keep people aware of where they have to line up. Blowfire, I don't think I need to answer this question. I think that isn't even allowed in Japan, so obviously not a COMIKET. Then when you're interacting with circles, there are like some basic phrases I figured I could like tell you guys here. I think, generally speaking, if you don't know any Japanese, don't stress out too much. Just be sincere, be polite. People like, the love of like, doujinshi kind of crosses cultural boundaries. So as long as you're like, basically being like nice and polite and like just going like, thank you, please, like they will still understand like very basic stuff. But it is very nice to like, learn a couple of basic phrases, like a couple of basic Japanese things that you might already know. I didn't include the very basic stuff, like arigato gozaimasu, because I assume all of you already know. Am I allowed a service animal? Actually, service dogs are allowed. But I would say if you're gonna take one, like if you need one, only go in the afternoon because you're gonna have a really bad time. Like I cannot imagine a dog inside COMIKET, and I have never in fact seen one. Hello, that's okay. That was a joke question. I see. The real answer is like servant dogs are technically allowed, but I don't recommend them because it's very crowded, and I don't think a very good place to easily navigate around unless you're going after 2 p.m. maybe. A calculator can be good for communication. Actually, circles will often have calculators at their table to show off the like exact prices and stuff. So like some basic things you want to know are to like not block all the circles while browsing. This is very, very important. When you come up to a circle, a specific table might have a line, and it might like be tempting to like peek in around the edge from like a table over. Don't do this. This is considered very rude because now you are blocking potential customers from the other table. Please don't do this. Yeah, if you actually need a service animal, I'd actually say to go to a smaller event. Exactly. Wheelchair access, it is possible, but once again, I would probably recommend a smaller event or buying things online just because of the massive crowds might actually make it a little bit hard to get around. Once again, would recommend going in the afternoon, but technically you can go to big site in a wheelchair. It is possible. Also, like if the person at the table is cosplaying, do not take pictures of them outside of the designated cosplay areas. Some artists, as well as their salespeople, might actually be able to, they might actually be cosplaying either to like advertise or anything like that. So I recommend don't even ask because like it can put them in an awkward spot basically. And Penny, no, that doesn't count. You can just take a person with you. I mean, some leaves it. You can just take like a person with you. Take a friend, That's not how it works. So what you like some basic phrases like I recommend is shinkan o onegaishimasu, which means like, can I have the new book please? Something like ko onegaishimasu. You can just like point at them. If you're afraid of like saying anything, just like pointing at like the different books you want and then going like onegaishimasu will also like do the trick. Generally like hand gestures will get you a long way. guys, can we drop the weird like service animal topic? It's very off topic, and I think these are just like slightly silly hypotheticals that are happening here. I think the answers are slightly obvious. Okay, and then like some other basic phrases you can ask are like Hitotsu zutsu onegai shimasu, which basically means like one of each, please. You can ask like for the price, like kore wa ikura desu ka? But please check the prices first. Basically, any table will have a list and a menu of the prices on the table. Yeah, exactly. You can just shyly point at things and say nothing, and things will work out. Like, even if you don't know any Japanese. You can also like, if you want to like check the sample, there will usually be a sample book at the table. As you can see the kanji here, mihon. And you can ask like, kore o mite ii desu ka? Can I look at this, basically? For that matter, I basically thank you, I love your works. Actually, I did like put like something here that you might want to say to the artist, like something like basically you want to know the artist's name. So like A-san no hon ga daisuki desu. Koekara mo ouen shite imasu. Basically, I will keep supporting you in the future. Like koekara mo ouen shite imasu is like a pretty common one that I do. Oh yeah. Liquid cake. Oh no, that's like I can see that in other countries it's pretty common to sell posters. Not necessarily in Japan. A lot of posters you will see on the stands are not for sale. Those are just for advertising and to make their spots stand out. These posters are not for sale. Oh no. That's probably why they start discussing like selling you the whole thing. It's because it's probably the only one they had. Oh, that's very unfortunate. But yeah, some other books, other words you can see are like, among other things, like shinkan, meaning new book, like urikiri or urikite, basically meaning it's sold out. One very interesting distinction that you might want to think about is honin versus uriko. Honin is like the actual artist or author, while uriko is just like somebody who is like helping out at the table that day. So for example, if you want to like express your like sincerest like gratitude or like whatever to the artist, you might want to ask who the honin is, or like check beforehand, because well, we've all been in that awkward situation where you accidentally start talking like very sincerely about how much you love their work to the uriko there, and you're like, oh no. I've been there too. I've helped people out as uriko before, and then like I always feel very guilty when like people come up to me and tell me how much they love my work. It's like, no, that was my friend. I have business cards. Actually, yes, a lot of booths do come with business cards these days. They will have meishi on the table that you can just take with you. QR codes, not as much. Depends on the person. Sometimes they'll print a QR code on the business card. Yeah. Then the other thing you might see is the mihon. Like I said, sample book. There's a very useful kanji. Usually it will be like one book either on top of the pile or like on visible display, and you can browse through it fairly easily. Did it help with selling? I think like the gaijin factor might actually intimidate people a lot of the time. But being in cosplay makes you like more approachable again, so like a little bit of both. Some other things you might see at the table is once in a while you see a table with like a tablecloth folded over it and like a big sign on top of it. This usually means that the artist will be back soon. They might have something like Sugumodorimasu or Kaimonochu, basically meaning I'll be back soon, I'm busy shopping. They might have a time listed by the time I'll be back. Sometimes they'll say like, because like a lot of artists, they love doujinshi, so they might go shopping themselves. Often not in the morning, but especially in the afternoon when things like start dying down a little bit. But then again, sometimes in the morning too, because they too want the most popular items. So that is something to keep in mind. Sometimes the artist you're looking for might just not be there. If you see like a tablecloth on the table, basically if there's like a tablecloth and a sign on it, it usually means that just like toilet break or food break. Toilet break is possible. Food one, likely not. As somebody who has been on the circle side of the table, you usually eat behind the table. We'll talk about food at Comiket in a bit, but do artists get an early advantage for their arrival? Only in the sense that they're already inside, but you're not allowed to sell anything before the event starts. So even though you, as the arter, can already be there at 8, you don't, get to go to the, booth next to you and be like, hey, can I buy this one before the event opens? Not allowed. Not allowed. It's against the rules. You have to wait as well. And everybody tends to be pretty strict about it because people tend to follow the rules quite closely. So yeah, no selling before opening. So I mean for shopping, I mean only in the sense that like as like a circle, you can already enter from like 7, 8-ish. So you are like entering the building many hours before anybody else does. So theoretically, if you feel like leaving the booth at like 10:30, you can just start shopping at the same time or before anybody enters. So yeah, like in a way, you do have an advantage because you're inside before anybody else is. But yeah, not before the event actually starts. It's actually quite fun. When the event starts, like there will be like an announcement and everybody claps. It's great. So one thing that like people don't often know about is that like there is like to some degree a culture of giving candy, letters, or gifts to the authors. This is by no means obligatory. Don't feel like you have to. The greatest thing you can do for an author is simply buying the book. But if you want to participate, like fan letters are always appreciated. They don't have to be complicated. You know, it's simply something about like how much you love their work, how you'll keep supporting them, like this and this work made me like fall in love with like this character and like that kind of stuff. If you're writing it in English, make it very simple. Like don't make them have to guess at what it means, Other than that, like prepackaged small candy is like something like you can see in this picture, a very popular doujinshi artist, and the goods that they got at a Comiket. Mostly small candy. Some people will give like things like face masks. Like something with an expiration date is very important. So it's often like recommended you don't like divvy up candy from like a big bag of candy because they will often not have the expiration date on it. Local specialties are nice. So if you are coming from like another country, taking something that like is like unique to where you come from. Like for example, I've given like stroopwafels and stuff to like artists I really like before. Like that is always like something they really like. Yeah, exactly. Belgian choco. Like the one thing about chocolate though is you don't give it in summer because it will melt. Like for summer specifically, don't give chocolate because it might be a gooey mess by the time they take it home. Yeah, if you don't go in summer, that is fine. Yeah, no, choco is absolutely fine for winter though. um, some things not to give though. Expensive stuff. It can be very uncomfortable to get something expensive from somebody you don't know. It might give you like an uncomfortable feeling of obligation. Basically, keep any chocolates you're giving to people between like 200 and like 1,000-ish yen. Like, don't go overboard, okay? Don't give any perishable goods. Things that like fruit. Don't give people like fresh strawberries that are gonna be bad by the end of the day. Things that will go bad very quickly is generally a bad idea. Homemade food and candy, unfortunately, you won't have like an expiration date on it, and some artists might feel uncomfortable because of like allergies or like whatever else somebody might have had put into the food because they can't really verify it. Heavy bulky items are bad because obviously they have to carry them home, and you don't want to like clutter up their bag. Alcohol, you're not allowed to have alcohol at Comikets. Don't get the artist in trouble. For the summer, things that melt are not very good. And then your own goods or work. I can understand why you might go into it like it's nice to like hand out my own set of stickers or keychain of like a character that we both like or whatever. But it can be uncomfortable because like only circle participants are allowed to distribute and sell their works at Comiket. You don't want to put them in like a uncomfortable position by like handing out stuff that is technically not permitted. Um, are autographs fine? That's actually a good question. Autographs are not very common, but there's nothing against it. If you want to get an autograph, you can definitely ask the artist. Keep in mind that especially there's like different things. Like a big circle might have practiced an autograph, but they will be very busy. So if you're going to a big circle, consider asking for an autograph in the afternoon when they're like less busy. If you're asking it from a small circle, there's a decent chance they've never given anybody an autograph before. They might feel a little bit flustered. They might not want to put anything in there. They might not want to like know what they do. So like if they're uncomfortable, just go with it. Basically you can ask something like "Koro sign morasete," like sign sheet morasete ii desu ka, or something like that. Like, or just like point at the book you want and like sign question mark. Will do the trick. But basically, if you're asking people to sign things, be ready for people to be surprised, just because it's not very common. Sometimes very big artists will say on their Twitter that they're not taking any autograph requests, just because they might be very busy. So if you have an artist of significant size, make sure that they haven't like mentioned anything about it on Twitter. And that is basically what it comes down to. A lot of artists are actually happy to sign, even though they aren't used to it. So basically go into it with an open mind and don't like push if they say no, is what it comes down to. Yeah, and also people might not actually want your work, so it's very uncomfortable if you give to them. That's why like things like candy or like, you know, that kind of stuff is great because like it's easy to give away. There's no obligation, it's consumable and doesn't take up place in their house. Which is very useful. How many Pokestops are there? Quite a few in the area if you want to look around. So that's basically what it comes down to. Yeah, they're also doing a doodle. Exactly. That does happen. Like, especially at smaller events. Honestly, like smaller circles are often quite happy to do so. Bigger circles might be a little bit more resistant. Generally speaking, for any of these though, if a circle is busy, come back in the afternoon. It's also fine, like, even if you already bought their book, to just, like, come back in the afternoon again and be like, oh, yeah, I was here and bought your book earlier. I'm a big fan. I wanted to give this to you. That's okay. You can just, like, come back later. Yeah, it's really common for people to add a doodle if they're signing something. Also, generally speaking, don't talk and linger too long. Even if you're coming back in the afternoon, even if it's less crowded, artists will generally be polite to you, but they might also be feeling a little obligated to like not tell you to leave if they're uncomfortable. If you are taking a long time to like linger and talk, you are obstructing their business of the day. It might make it so other people cannot approach their table. It might make it so that other people will be too intimidated or want to wait. Basically, don't, hold up their business, even if they are not busy at the time you're going there. Just, say what you want and kind of leave it be. They are trying to, enjoy COMIKET as well. So don't take up all their time. Is like another thing to keep in mind here. Yeah, artists can be very shy. And oh yeah, official booths are like a thing too. Because I am a very big proponent of doujinshi, I haven't really gone into them. Because I think these things are kind of speak for themselves. Corporate booths are booths by corporations. A lot of companies will do COMIKET exclusive deals, goods, discount shows, sometimes talks, announcements, first sales at the COMIKET. Look up the site of the company you're looking for. A lot of game companies, anime companies, basically most things are there. Yeah, Alisoft, that's actually exactly. Are there official booths selling official booths? Maybe depending on the year. Do companies sell out of things? Absolutely. A lot of companies will sell out of like whatever their star item is for the day. It's why I generally recommend leaving one day for like corporate booth day if you're planning to go, which is a little harder these days because there's only 2 days instead of 3 days. Back when it was 3 days, it was a lot easier to plan these things. I'm not sure if I'm gonna like get a lot of official booth time this year because there are circles I want to visit on both days. But if you're ever done early, like I recommend definitely checking them out. Keep in mind though that the corporate area can have a line of its own. there have been years where I've waited up to 2 hours to get into the corporate area, and that was after I was already inside of COMIKET, which is one of the main reasons why I recommend going there on a day where you don't have a lot of other stuff going on, because it can take a while to get inside. Um, Other than that, like, there's not much to say about them. Like, all the stuff is just on their website. Unlike anything with the doujinshi circles, it's just kind of speaks for itself. It's just like going to a shop basically, except you're like, this is probably the closest you get to like an anime convention experience at COMIKET. This is not all too dissimilar from like, the commercial area that you get at like anime conventions abroad, except just a lot bigger. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the big site renovation years, 4 days was so nice. I hope we go back to 3 days soon. Like, God, I the 2 days are making me suffer. The planning is so hard. Um, so some notes on interacting with cosplayers. We kind of went over a couple of these things earlier. Always ask for permission. Don't take pictures outside of the cosplay areas. Be conscious of those around you, which means like if you're taking a picture, like be careful you're not blocking the path at the same time. Wait in line. Cosplayers might have a line where they are waiting. And basically, oh, ow, I bit my tongue. Ow, 1 second. 1 second, I bit my tongue. I'm gonna take a sip of my drink. Mm. Ow. Yeah, basically, wait patiently in line. Do not start taking pictures just because somebody else is taking a picture. The one exception to this is if there is already a crowd or circle around the cosplayer, in which case, this is especially cosplayers who are quite popular, quite big, you can just follow their example and join the crowd in that case. But basically, every other situation, wait in line. Keep in mind that certain poses and angles are forbidden at COMIKET, so don't ask the cosplayer for them. You see the picture bottom left. Very low angles are not allowed. Trying to get panty shots, not allowed. Basically, kind of try to stay clear of low, like super low angles for the most part. Basically, anything that would reveal the underwear. Basically, it's all pretty common sense, like close-off zoom shots of like the breast area is against the wall. Keep those kind of stuff. my tongue still hurts, but keep that kind of stuff in mind. Don't take too long. Even if you're in line, it is generally quite considerate to not take 20 minutes. Take the pictures and go. Try not to take like more than like 10 shots or anything, especially if you're not like a professional photographer. You can ask for like poses, in which case, you just copy the pose yourself, but obviously don't ask for any inappropriate poses. A hentai kamen cosplayer, I don't know. See if they're attending. Basically, follow the rules. Ask for a Superman pose. That would be fine. Another very important thing about cosplayers, we talked about it before. Ask whether you are allowed to upload the picture to social media. Some cosplayers don't want pictures to be taken of them at all. This is because there's a very strong culture of privacy in Japan. They have underwear on their heads. Actually, I think that might still be within the rules because it's not like revealing underwear in the inappropriate areas. But basically, what I was saying about like social media, a lot of cosplayers want like control over the pictures that go online. They, if you're uploading them, they might ask to see the picture you took first. They might ask you not to upload them. They might ask you to send it to them, so they have control over uploading them. Basically, don't assume that they will automatically be fine with you spreading the picture other places, even if they were okay with you taking the picture. That is just part of like Japanese culture, so keep that in mind. Like with the circles, I put up some basic phrases. A formal way of asking for a picture is "Sashin o torasite moratte mo daijoubu desu ka?" But that can be hard to remember, so just going "photo okay" will usually get your point across. They will understand if you just like point at your phone or camera and go like "photo okay." They'll understand. Little bit of body language will transcend any language barrier. it's nice to like after taking the picture to just like thank them, excuse yourself. Arigatou gozaimasu, shitsurei shimasu. Um, Watashi to hasete moratte, it basically means a polite way of asking like whether you can take a picture. Sashi meaning picture, to hasete meaning the verb of taking a picture, while moratte is like the politeness factor that you add to the end, basically indicating that they are, you know, um, granting you the permission and pleasure of doing it. Basically, it's like a polite way of asking it. um, but like I said, I know that's like hard to remember. So just going photo okay is fine if you don't know Japanese. There's like some other phrase like ishoni satsui shite moratte daijoubu desu ka, which is like can we take a picture together? Um, like if you like using words like two shots is also something they'll understand about like taking a picture together. And then like finally a phrase about like posting it. Um, yeah, you can usually use your guiding crowd to just like say it impolitely, just like sashin o totte ii desu ka is also like as a guardian, or like sashin totte ii, they'll let you get away with like being impolite or casual with them. They'll know that you're not Japanese, so it's fine. Um, Even so, like at that point, I'd say like just sashin okay, photo okay. They'll understand too. Um, and then like yeah, ishoni photo okay is also like they'll understand what you mean. Exactly. um, and basically like generally speaking, like I said, like don't like ask permission to upload pictures is what it comes down to. Japanese cosplayers are very particular about their privacy, and you don't want to be the cause of somebody quitting the hobby altogether because like their boss found out or whatever. That's basically what it comes down to. um then also because some of you might be interested in trying cosplay at COMIKET yourself, so I got some cosplay advice for that. The most important slide. Do not arrive in cosplay. Do not change in the toilets. I cannot emphasize this enough. If you are taking one piece of advice away from this slideshow, is this: please do not do any of this. Oh, Betty, thank you so much for the subs. Thank you. If you arrive in cosplay, they can turn you away from the event. They can send you home. If they find out you have changed in the toilets, they can send you home. If you do not have the official cosplay registration that you purchase on site, they can send you home. This is extremely important. I know in most other countries, you change at home, you arrive in cosplay, not in Japan. But why? It comes out to like basically not causing a social nuisance. You come into the event through public transport, and COMIKET is very particular about not wanting to bother people who are not related to like otaku events and so on. So they don't want you to be in cosplay on the train. In fact, that is generally speaking, in Japan, it's kind of considered, you know, unwritten rule to not be cosplaying randomly in public anyway, unless you've got permission from the area. You're not really supposed to cosplay randomly in a park unless that park is specifically holding a cosplay event that day. This is like, I know, something that can be very, strange or hard to understand, because in many other countries it's very common to do like cosplay meetups at random in like, parks or in public or in towns. This is not the case in Japan. Please try not to go against the grain. With the cosplay that could pass off as a casual outfit, I mean, I'd just ask you to not test the limits. Yeah, it's supposed to be a family-friendly event, exactly. There's also, we'll go over the rules that are like of cosplay that aren't allowed at like COMIKET. Basically, I really want to, pass on the polite request that you do not test the limits. We talked about this earlier. We had like some like, what if a casual outfit? What if it's just like a wig that I put on? What if it's this or that? Please buy a ticket to the changing room. Please get official cosplay registration. Do not test the limits. Do not ruin it for everybody. Don't be that person. if they find out that you're trying to like circumvent the rules, you can and will be kicked from the event. Anytime people are like testing the limits, the rules will have to be tightened up for the rest of people, making it more restrictive to the people who aren't breaking the rules. I am just asking, like, please don't find like a funny little loophole anywhere. That's my main request here. Yeah, there's a changing room. Yeah, like I know in other countries, you can ride in cosplay on the train, and it is in fact quite common to like arrive in cosplay either by car or by train. Even if there are like changing rooms, I really, really request everybody, please don't do that at COMIKET. Please, please, please. This is very, very important. Also, hi everybody who came in earlier. Sounds like a bit of a hassle. You just have to do it. This might be a hassle, but if it's a hassle, then it's better to just not cosplay a COMIKET. That's what it comes down to. Yeah, we have covered food and survival. So speaking of getting changed, they, interesting enough, according to this year's comic, they have chairs and tables, which is insane. That is not common to most years. I wonder if it's because they are still limiting entry. Usually a changing room will look a little bit more like the pictures on the bottom, where you are sitting on the floor and you have like roughly 1 meter of space, square space, where you basically put your suitcase and get changed and dressed. You try not to intrude on the areas around you. If your cosplay requires large packs, how do you get there? There's no parking. You cannot arrive in a car at the event. So basically you just take a small loading suitcase, or you take a big loading suitcase. There is a cloakroom. You basically take the prop with you, and if it's so big that it cannot fit in a suitcase, it is probably too big for COMIKET. Oh, the male changing rooms were much smaller. That's to be fair, the male change, there's generally speaking less male cosplayers, so I'm actually not surprised. The female side looks a little bit more like this. In my experience, they look like the bottom right. Like, I know apparently there are tables this year in the female changing room. I haven't experienced that before. At like basically any event in Japan, at least the female changing rooms, but maybe things are different this year. They have curtains. Oh, no. Oh, no curtains. You are changing with like a bunch of people. Basically, like I said, you have one square. Imagine everybody has one square side to side to side. You're all facing the direction, same direction, and you're all using your little 1 square meter to change. That's how you do it. You cannot obtain curtains by having your friends hold up towels around you, because at that point you are taking up extra space, most likely, and causing meiwaku to the people around you. If you are shy about changing in a room with like other people, it's probably not for you. Keep in mind that it's a same-sex room, obviously. It's split by like female, male. Like, obviously, nobody is watching you. Like, do keep in mind, everybody's there to cosplay. Like, if anybody is like being like creepy watching, they're probably gonna kicks out. You know, like everybody's looking at the same direction. Everybody's focused on doing their own makeup and their own cosplay. But yeah, no. Basically, when it comes down to it, don't take up more space. Make sure your belongings don't spread into adjacent paths or areas. Very important, you can't use your phone or camera in the changing room. Like, this might seem straightforward, but as they even have to make it a comic year, that includes no selfies. Not even if there's nobody else like in the selfies. Not even if you're taking pictures of your props. There is no taking pictures in the changing room, basically. That is basically what it comes down to. If you are done, move on quickly. Don't like wait for your friend. If your friend isn't done yet, wait for them outside. Basically, don't block up the path. There's a lot of people who want to like change and stuff, so don't hold up the line. To not be used as a mirror. Well, there's the thing. What I recommend is bringing a small hand mirror. I have like a mirror roughly 30 centimeters that I would prop on top of my suitcase. And that way you can basically use the mirror to do like your makeup and stuff. That's in fact the way most people do it, because there's a mirror usually when you exit, just so you can like check your entire costume and adjust things if needed. But there's no mirror inside of the room, so a small hand mirror is usually all you need for like your makeup. Though of course you can like do your basic makeup at home as long as it's not over the top. How do you usually do makeup? I usually do my makeup at COMIKET itself. That's usually how I do it. You can, do a base layer and stuff at home, like if there's, if you want to, but most people just do it at COMIKET proper. Just having like a small hand mirror you like prop up, like 20 to 30 centimeters that you put up on a suitcase is generally speaking enough to like basically see enough with. It's like not the most convenient. It's certainly not like a bathroom mirror or anything. But that's how most Japanese cosplayers get it done, and it works fine enough. Then after you're done, you can bring your suitcase and luggage to the cloakroom. It's about 500 yen, but I recommend it because otherwise you're carrying your suitcase along all day. And I do recommend taking a suitcase because it's basically the best way to take your cosplay with you to COMIKET. So I could skip it as long as you're still buying registration. Like that is okay. You can also, if you already have the, clothes on, there is usually an area outside of the waiting room where you can like fix up your wig and your makeup if you don't have to change out of it. Still buy your tickets, please. Okay? Okay. we kind of covered this, but please. Then also things like emergency safety pins, hairpins, extra wig neck tape and stuff are always very good to take along with you. Then the costume rules. There are basically a bunch of rules that are extremely straightforward, but it's always good to be aware of them. Illegal items, dangerous items, and those made to resemble them are not allowed. Things like gun, swords, fireworks, and replicas that would break the Japanese law are obviously not allowed at COMIKET either. It is not that strict. It's just like the rules are very simple. The rules are don't arrive in cosplay wax. Like if you can't follow the rule of don't arrive in cosplay, it's that easy. Just change on site. That is all. But what if it makes it cooler? Then you don't get to wear it at COMIKET. Go to a private photo studio. Then anything that can put you at risk of indecent exposure is also not allowed at COMIKET. Underwear has to be worn at all time, even under swimsuits. You might see like people cosplaying like swimsuit characters at COMIKET. They still have to wear underwear underneath that. Underwear should never be visible, with the exception of like bra straps that are allowed to be visible. But other than that, you are not allowed to show the bra. You're not allowed to show the panties. It means that like if you have like a very short skirt, they will probably request that you wear safety underwear underneath it, like shorts or the like. And yeah, basically like Kogasa is exactly right. It's like don't bother people and follow the customs. Like if you are in Japan, please follow the customs of Japan. Then basically any costumes that may damage the value of those around you, like paint that can rub off, is also not allowed. Outfits that imitate officials such as police and firemen are only okay if they cannot be misconstrued as one. So basically it has to be obviously not one of those. And you can obviously not pretend to be a fireman or policeman. If it looks even like a little bit too similar, make sure you have a coat or something to cover it up while moving. Anything that could like endanger or trouble people when moving around will need to be dismantled. Things like large objects, like props and such, capes, and mantles that may trace the ground will have to be like lifted up so that nobody trips on them. Wings, sharp parts, helmets or masks that can like obstruct visibility have to be taken off while moving around. Like these pictures are like some of the official COMIKET illustrations of like basically the rules being followed properly. Basically what it comes down to is don't risk any indecent exposure. COMIKET is very particular about like not causing any trouble to the surrounding area, which means that like people who do break the rules can put like COMIKET as an event in danger from like being held, or like cosplay at COMIKET being like in danger of like being allowed. So I once again like if you are thinking of like a loophole or a sidestep, or like I once again ask to not do that. The rules are not meant to be tested. If you are unsure, it's probably better to err on the side of caution. You are probably not allowed to leave the changing room if you are like, testing the limits of like how much breast cleavage is allowed. They will probably just reject you and tell you to either go back inside or to wear more clothes. Is what it comes down to. Because I'd be too self-conscious to change on site, and that's okay. You know, I know some people are like nervous. I will say, like in a big room like that, literally nobody is looking at you. But I know it depends on the person, and that's basically what it comes down to. So, yeah, exactly, Kogasa. It's like that kind of stuff that's the reason why they have such rules. Yeah, they're not meant to be literal. They're like meant to prevent something. And like unfortunately, once in a while, new rules have to be added because people, purposely try to test the rules, and it's kind of a bit of a shame because that kind of thing puts like the existence of cosplay at all at COMIKET in danger. Because like, if people cross the line enough for like, it to make like national news or whatever, it can like potentially greatly restrict what is allowed, or maybe even only restricted to circles and so on. So basically, that's what it comes down to. um, Basically, if you are interested in pushing the rules, I politely suggest you don't cosplay at COMIKET at all. you know. Then, when you're walking around the event, basic rules apply. Always keep your wristband and cosplay registration. Don't accidentally put it in your suitcase and in the cloakroom, because they may ask to see it, especially once you're in the cosplay areas to take pictures and so on. Yeah, exactly what Kugasa said. Keep in mind what posts can get you in trouble. We went over it on the photographer side, but you are not allowed to do things like intentionally revealing your underwear or like pulling your shirt down to like show a peek of your bra or like your panties under your skirt or whatever. That will get you kicked out of the convention. When you find a place to post, like do not block any of the thoroughfare. Make sure you're not like, causing any issues. The staff may redirect or clear a crowd if you start having a line. Basically, yeah, it's basically just don't be a nuisance. Wild poses, movements, actions, they're all no good. You cannot kick, jump, run, swing, props, or anything like that. And when in doubt, always follow the staff's instructions. I have marked the areas for cosplay this year. They changed every year. This year, for example, there will be no cosplay by the entrance. Even though in many years there is often a cosplay area by the entrance. So in the end, you will have to like check what kind of areas are available on the year. And for that matter, I kind of mentioned it before, it is okay to buy doujinshi in cosplay. Just remember, you are not allowed to take pictures of your cosplay in the doujinshi halls. Do it in the dedicated cosplay areas. Yeah, exactly. You don't want to go down in history as that one person who turned COMIKET into like a Nihonjin only event. Exactly. Like, don't cause trouble is all I ask. Like, just a lot of these rules are literally just common sense. Like, you're not gonna break them if you're like being polite and understanding and following staff instructions. So these are like some little things you can keep in mind as a cosplayer yourself. When you're approaching other cosplayers, like some simple things you can ask is like, two-shot te ii desu ka? Or jidori te ii desu ka? Basically asking like, can we take a selfie together? And then it's quite common for people to carry meishi or business cards. I recommend making some for yourself if you're cosplaying. You can exchange your socials quite easily this way. You can ask other cosplayer to like, do you have meishi ga aimasu ka? Or tsuita ga aimasu ka? Do you have a card or Twitter if you want to connect? Yeah, two-shot is selfie slang. You can use two-shot or jidori. I figured two-shot is a little bit easier for you guys to remember if you're not Japanese. And that will basically work out most of the very interesting thing for like cosplayers specifically. A lot of them like wind up exchanging candy with other cosplayers. I recommend having a little bit of candy on hand, just like, small prepackaged stuff, because you're gonna feel like real flustered and left out if you receive a bunch and you don't have anything to give in return. Always good to have some on you if you are joining. And besides, you want at least some salt candy to carry you through the day. Other recommendations I have is making a whiteboard or a notebook. A lot of cosplayers will like put a whiteboard or notebook on the ground in front of them, including their Twitter name, Instagram name, etc. Sometimes a QR code, sometimes the name of the character they're cosplaying, or like a little doodle of the character, which means that if photographers come up to them, they can take a picture of that quite easily. Let me take a sip. Okay. Ooh, 1 second. Oh yeah, and no, what Ersko and Patty are saying, like, people are rarely completely naked in the changing room, you guys. When you're putting on a new outfit, you're not usually taking off your underwear. You're just putting on like a new layer on top. Like the underwear is not meant to be shown when you're cosplaying anyway. That I understand that people are still, shy to like change in front of other people, but nobody is completely naked in the changing room. you know? Is but yeah, then there's the crowds. You are, well, depending on the cosplay and the cosplay you're doing, you might pull a line or a circle or a, diagonal crowd in front of you, as you see here. If you're pulling a line, just basically, people lie to the photographers. They will ask you to take permission to take a picture. They might ask you for your socials afterwards. If you pull a crowd, it can be a little bit tricky, especially if it happens the first time. It's much nicer if you have a friend on hand, but I've had like a circle form around me when I didn't have a friend. It's very hard to pull away. Be okay with just saying, I want to, 1 more minute, or I want to take a break, or it's over. Because like once a crowd forms, a crowd often doesn't dissipate, and you might like find yourself stuck there for 1 hour, which can be quite tiring. Which is why having a friend who can step in and basically allow you to take a break can be very useful. Once a crowd forms, photographers might still ask permission, but you don't have to give a nod will do. But even then, it's quite different from when like the queues are lined up. Basically, if it does form, the staff may come over and redirect you to a different place that's less crowded. They may get you to like a place where, well, a crowd can block a path. So basically a place where it doesn't block a path. The same with the line. If the line gets too long, they might redirect the line somewhere else. When you're finding a spot to have you ever cosplayed? Yeah. No, I'm talking about personal experience. I've had all of these, from the line to the big crowd to the circle crowd. Basically, the staff will guide you, especially if you don't have a friend to handle things. And like in the end, the staff is the one that redirects the lines if they get too long and so on. So having people to stand in line to you acceptable? I don't know. I've never heard of that happening. Probably considered slightly weird. People will be confused if you step in a place where somebody else was standing. So I'd recommend not. At that point, just ask them to take a picture instead of doing it yourself. But yeah, basically, especially if you're alone, the main thing to keep in mind is to find a spot where you're not bothering anybody to set up, and then just listen to staff instructions if it becomes necessary. But there's something I want to talk about if you want to cosplay and a lot of the COMIKET sounds like a bit of a pain. And that is Tonacos. Tonacos at TFT, which is a big building next to Big Sight. About book queues, well, same answer. If you're gonna hire somebody to stand in line, once again, kind of weird. But at that point, they might as well just buy it for you and bring it to you later. At that point, you're just buying things through proxy. But yeah, no. TFT is a big building that is right outside of Tokyo Big Sight Station. And every single COMIKET, but also outside of COMIKET, they have Tonacos. And Tonacos is literally a portmanteau from Tonari Cosplay, or next door, or next nearby cosplay. And what you do is it basically forms a an alternative to cosplaying at COMIKET. Now, there are a few things to keep in mind. You cannot cosplay from walk from TFT to COMIKET in cosplay, or vice versa, which means you cannot change at one of the changing rooms and then go over to the other events. This is not allowed. Oh, ik verdraaid. It's also because like once again they don't know whether or not you like changed in like a proper location. It means that if you cosplayed at COMIKET first and then want to go to Tonacos later, you have to, you know, get, changed into normal clothes at Big Site and then move to TFE and then change there again. But I actually quite recommend this event if like you're only there for the cosplay. That way you don't have to wait in the long queue at COMIKET. Tonacos also goes much longer, keeping in mind that COMIKET ends at 4, while Tonacos ends at 7 or 8, depending on the day. There's also a fee. It is more expensive, but on the flip side, you have bigger and more comfortable changing rooms. Though the changing rooms are still a very similar setup to the ones at COMIKET, but you have a lot more space. You also have like a lot more areas you can shoot at, including more outdoor areas. You can kind of see in these pictures that you have like a lot more like nice back shots. You must once again change on site, much like COMIKET. You must change at the event. This actually goes for every single Japanese event. Basically, any event you ever go to, not just COMIKET, you will have to change on site, no matter what. That is basically universal. But because it's like a paid event, even for the photographers, as you can see, they actually have to pay more. It means that a lot of the photography is actually a lot higher quality. As well as there's a lot of like fellow cosplayers you can meet, as well as media. The cosplay and the photography are both of pretty high quality, and Cosmont magazine actually will often scout out people to do interviews and as well as feature in their magazines at TFT, which can be very cool to get featured in. So that is like honestly an event I recommend if you are interested in cosplay or even like want something to do after COMIKET, because as you can see it goes for 4 hours longer. So if you bought everything you want to buy at like 1 or 2 in the evening, in the afternoon, you can still just go to Tonacos afterwards. Yeah, exactly. So basically that's like my general recommendation. Like if you're a little bit intimidated by COMIKET itself, or if you don't want to wait in line for a very long time for the changing rooms, Tonacos is a very nice alternative. Yeah, exactly. Like things like age or whatever, like there's not a limit. Like lots of girls cosplays, lot of like guys cosplay, like things like Toho. It's all fine. You can just do whatever you want. Okay. Then I've got some general circle advice. So once again, this I shortened into one slide because I realized a lot of you guys are not gonna be attending as a circle. But these are some of my circle recommendations. Some useful things to bring along with you are money tray, because a lot of Japanese people prefer to not hand money over directly. That's something to keep in mind actually for you guys if you're buying stuff from a table as well. If they have a tray, put the money inside of the tray, and that is how basically money is passed down. It can be a little bit more sanitary from like that perspective, and a little bit more awkward than like receiving money directly in the hand. You might want to take a book stand, tablecloth, post-it tapes, notepads, pencils, business cards. Often on the day, you might want to like start writing things like your price tags and your because like even if you have a price list or menu, people don't look at it. So you often want to like individually price every single stack of books. You can't pay by pass or phone. No. Nowhere in Japan. You have to pay cash. Nobody takes money by pass or phone. Take cash with you 100%. You also want to like maybe take like something with Mihon written on it, basically noting it as a sample book. Weird? No, that's just Japan. That's just pretty common. I think it's weirder that like in other countries everything has like phone and pass payments, even though those like require a lot of extra costs for like the table attendees. And if you consider that like a lot of doujinshi creators are not running at a profit, you're basically asking them to like carry a bigger burden of the digital transaction that is already running at a loss on like small payments that like of like 200 yen might take out 100 yen for every single individual transaction. It's like inconvenient on many levels, and as well it's a super crowded event. You might not even get signal, and you'd be basically asking everybody to buy an individual one of those items as well as a subscription to like allow for it. It's more surprising that a lot of other countries don't take cash anymore. Yeah. And it costs like $100. Yeah, that's a really high investment for like small doujinshi circles, many of which are actually operating at a loss and not a profit. You cannot expect them to get those. Please, please. Take cash. You cannot, there will be nobody who takes cards or phone payments. Don't expect it and don't ask for it. Remember that if you are selling R80 materials, they need to be properly labeled. You need it like clearly indicated on the front of the book, on the physical print itself. Then getting some supplement materials is quite easy. You can get like the posters that we talked about, like printed quite simply. Yeah, it's actually like I think it's pretty surprising to see in the West. I think it's just because artist alleys in the West have become a actual business venture where people who table in the artist alley these days are often not like working on a fan level, but on a this is actually my job level. And that's, I think, more the reason why they've become common in other countries. You know, because at that point the $100 investment is worth it. Bank shows on the weekends. No. you can still get cash from ATMs on the weekends. A lot of ATMs are, that's, the banks may be closed, but like the ATMs in the companies and stuff are open. Those days are pretty gone. So let's talk about some of the shipping as well. We talked about it before. Like most printers will offer to ship to the event. I recommend if you're tabling that you take advantage of this, because then you don't have to, carry heavy boxes of heavy books on the train and through the station and all that kind of stuff. So that is like something I really recommend doing. When the shipping arrives, usually it will be either brought directly to your table or there will be a dedicated spot where all the boxes are collected for each line, at which point you have to double check and basically pick out the boxes that were delivered for you. Some other advice for like the circles is to arrive at least an hour before it opens. But for COMIKET specifically, I recommend arriving 2 hours beforehand. It can still be like a little bit of a like issue getting in. You're gonna have to walk over to your circle. It will take a little bit longer to set up than at a regular doujinshi event. Having a friend is very useful. Having somebody at the table means that you can go use the toilets without having to cover up the entire table. Make sure you don't obstruct the space next to you or behind you with your luggage or boxes. Try to fit everything under your table. Keep in mind that even if you put things behind you, you might be blocking the path of people trying to get through. You're often like spaced pretty closely to each other, so basically try to be very considerate of the people around you, or well, you're gonna leave a very bad impression. When you're selling R80 materials, remember to ask for age verification. Greet your neighbors at the start and end of the event. You don't have to have like an extensive conversation, but it is very polite to at least say hello. You might want to bring some candy, because much like the cosplayers, fellow doujinshi artists are pretty oft to exchange candy with one another, and you'll feel like a fool when you have nothing to give back to them. So like, having a couple of bags of pre-prepared candy to exchange with the other artists is a pretty wise move. Then keep in mind that the staff will come around to collect the book for inspection. This is mostly just to check that there isn't anything inside that will get the event in trouble. This mostly applies to the censorship of R80 materials. If they decide that your material has not been properly censored, they may ask you to censor it on the spot, like bring out your markers and start coloring in. Or they may straight up just reject it. Like, I recommend looking through the guidelines very carefully before printing your book, so you don't have to do this on the day. If you're not doing anything R18, this is likely to be inapplicable for you, but you still have to hand in a book for inspection. You are likely not going to get this back. In fact, you are not going to get it back. So make sure to keep in mind that you will be giving out one free book to the COMIKET staff. Okay, then there are some questions. If you have questions at the events, you can talk to the staff. The staff can help you with many things, like questions about the event, lost items, if you are lost, where to go, tickets, where the nearest toilet is, and so on and so forth. There are info booths in nearly every single hall, but there are only 2 international desks, which you see marked on the map here. This is gonna change for future COMIKET events, so if you're not going tomorrow, then check the map when you go. The international desk will have people who can speak English as well as I think some other languages. I think they often have staff on hand for like Chinese, Spanish, French, and like a couple of others. But you have to remember that COMIKET is volunteer based, which means that the exact staff they have on hand will change every year. Though you are pretty much guaranteed to find an English speaking staff at the international desk. A lot of the info desks will also have a place where you can buy items. If you want to support COMIKET, I actually recommend picking one up. You might enjoy it. You can get the catalog here, though. If you want the catalog, you probably should have bought it beforehand. That thing is 1 kilo. You want to take that back from the event itself? Or I recommend just picking it up before. What I do recommend is if you forgot to take a bag. I mentioned it before, the sellers will not have bags for you, with very few exceptions where some big circles might have limited edition bags if you like buy a lot of stuff from them in one go. Most sellers will not have bags. But if you forgot a bag, you can buy a paper bag from the official comic market booth. It's sturdy enough to carry several doujinshi, and it usually has a fun little design on it every year. You can also buy your application for the next year. Once again, applications you can only apply if you live in Japan and you speak Japanese. But you can in fact pick up your application package at the booth for like the previous COMIKET, basically for applying for the next one. There's also the COMIKET Press, which is basically a COMIKET magazine. They also have compilations of the comics that have run in the COMIKET magazine, and they are pretty fun. Once again, like COMIKET is basically a non-profit event. Yeah, you're allowed to say hydrate. It's okay. Once in a while, I'll take a sip. I definitely recommend, like, if you want to support COMIKET because it is a non-profit event, I think it's very nice to, pick up a couple of things here and there. For the hydrate. I probably have not been hydrating enough this stream. I did bite my tongue. So, that's just like a little thing to keep in mind. Once again, you don't particularly have to, but it's nice to look at. So, at this point, you have survived COMIKET. What's next? Food? Well, I've marked on this map where you find the food courts and restaurants. Specifically in COMIKET, if you walk from the main entrance down to the East Hall, you can go down here into the food court area with the restaurants. And this is outside COMIKET. These are the 3 major food courts and restaurant areas. All of them are gonna be ungodly busy. They are gonna be full. I recommend just leave. Just take the train and go. Get your food somewhere else. The restaurants will be so busy. It's not worth it. You brought energy bars, right? Go into town somewhere. You can explore Tokyo Bay if your bags are light enough. Honestly, I never wind up hungry during COMIKET because you're so busy. Like, just hit the bricks, man. Just leave. Like, honestly, I recommend getting hell out of Dodge before 4 p.m. anyway, because the trains are gonna be so busy. Leaving before 2 or 3 is generally speaking recommended. It's super pricey, not necessarily. The restaurants in COMIKET Big Side proper are quite overpriced, but a lot of the nearby food court areas are just like chain restaurants like Ramen Family West, Saiserie and all that, so they're not necessarily pricey, but it's not worth it, it's... You can just go to another station, be free, you're done, get out of here. If you want to, just go home. It's gonna be crowded. It's not gonna be as bad as in the morning, but there's a non-zero chance that you're gonna have to wait for 2 or 3 trains before you can get on one, just because it might be that crowded, especially if you will... Yeah, it's never gonna be as empty as in this picture. Especially if you're leaving like around 4 or 5 once the event has proper ended. Um, it is also like general etiquette to not take out your haul in public or on the train. I know you are very eager and you want to like start reading all your good stuff right now. It is kind of frowned upon to do so on the train. Wait till you're home. um, and if your bags aren't too heavy, consider looking around Odaiba. Tokyo is held in Tokyo Bay by Odaiba. If you don't buy a lot, or you can find a coin locker somewhere, Odaiba has a lot of fun other stuff to do. I only listed some of the, otaku related things, but there are plenty of shopping centers as well as museums, exhibitions, and that kind of thing. But for, what might be of interest to you all, there's the unicorn statue as well as Gundam base. There's also a jump store in Diver City as well. Joy Palace was still open last I checked, unless last time they are like having one, because I got these pictures of the website today. So I think Joy Palace is still open, unless they're not making that clear. That's gonna be very embarrassing if it's closed. Yeah, the Ferris wheel might be gone. That is true. Yeah, I was about to say, like, I literally looked at Joy Palace for making these slides today, so unless the website hasn't updated. That said, like, collabs may come and go. Joy Palace has pretty frequent Hatsune Miku collabs, with special attractions, but those tend to be limited. There's things like Sonic, Ace Attorney, House of the Dead, Gekkion, so on and so forth. Which means that, like, regardless of when you go, I think they still have the Attack on Titan Attack on Titan collaboration going on. Yeah, Joy Palace is a Sega joint, so basically all the Project Diva stuff basically ends up in Joypolis. Wonder what the unicorn statue is doing in Japan? That is the famous unicorn Odaiba statue. You got the Gundam base in the same building. Like, there used to be a different Gundam statue, but they replaced it like a couple of years ago, so now it's the unicorn one. If you like anime pilgrimages, a lot of Digimon locations are in Odaiba. You've got the very iconic Fuji TV building. So if you wanna, figure out where Wizardmon died, you can, make a little pilgrimage to pay your respects. Yeah, it's still open. Okay, I was about to be very confused because I figured Joy Palace was still around. There are indeed like a lot of things that aren't in Odaiba anymore. Somebody mentioned earlier Venus Fort is gone. Like all the Planet Labs things are all gone. Oedo Onsen is gone. Like a lot of like fun attractions that used to have like a lot of anime collaborations and so forth are basically all gone these days. But there's still like a lot of like stuff that's still there. And I will also like I mentioned, technically the train to Akihabara, Nakano Broadway, Ikebukuro and all that. It won't take you that long to get. Once again, if you can handle the bags, and honestly, you might be done pretty early in the day. A lot of COMIKET kind of winds down around 2 o'clock. In fact, a lot of circles start wrapping up around 2. That's also because if they want to get stuff sent home through the shipping services, the lines start getting really long around 2. So a lot of artists start getting in line to get their stuff shipped back home around 1. Though some people might just also simply be sold out. Either way, COMIKET starts winding down way before 4, and around 2 or 3, it's pretty common for a lot of tables to already be empty. Oh, thank you for the sub. Thank you. Yeah, it's also where Agumon and Gabumon first warp default. So Odaiba has a lot of stuff. Basically, chances are you're gonna be done pretty early with COMIKET, and you'll have time to look around. And if your bags aren't too heavy, it's quite easy. And I mean, you can also just, because you have the time, go back and drop off your bags in your hotel or whatever, Oh, thank you for the hydrate. 1 second. There we go. So, other than that, read your stuff. Chances are you're here on holiday. And even if you're not, this is the New Year's holidays for me. So once I get back, you can rest, read your stuff, don't get sick. I'm not sure how effective it actually is, but after an event like this, I start downing my vitamin lemon from the company. It's supposed to prevent colds. I'm not sure it actually does. But it probably doesn't hurt. Are we covering the informal day 3? Um, because there's no day 3 this year, I didn't really cover it, unless you mean something else about it. What I do want to cover is what if you can't go? Doujinshi events are year round. Even if you are like not in Japan for COMIKET, there are a lot of events you can go to. Events are held basically every month, multiple times a month. And the smaller ones are often a lot cozier, a lot less busy, and I actually quite recommend them. The one thing I will note is that smaller events will not have English support. So more than any other event, I would say please be very polite, be very considerate, follow staff instructions. You are totally allowed to visit there, but be understanding of the language barrier, and just have fun of them. Oh, that's when COMIKET books hit books. Oh, I don't like those days. Because I go to COMIKET proper, I don't really go to the shops in town because I wind up buying online if it comes down to it. Besides, on January 1st, I'm getting my Fukabuko. In case you missed the circle, I know, I just do it online. So these are some recommendations on how to search for dedicated events. You've got Shimakan, which has a very good list of events you can search by category. Smaller events are often dedicated fandom events, which means that you might have an event dedicated entirely to Toho. Or in the case of Agapu and Yu, they might have things like Super Comic City, which actually is an Akabu event that basically is well, it's not as big as COMIKET, but it is big. It's big. It basically takes up all of East Hall most days, so that's like half the size of COMIKET, more or less. So there are big events throughout the year as well. And basically, those bigger events will often have basically various fandoms split up. But one thing that's very interesting is that these smaller events will often have petites dedicated to specific characters or pairings, which often means that a lot more artists will come together to draw for a certain pairing or character, even if they might not normally do so. They wind up having their own pamphlets distributed for the event, and often you can get stamps and turn those in at Kuji booths if you're buying a lot of books from the same pairing or character that is part of this petite. It can be quite fun. There used to be a lot more Toho conventions, but the numbers jumping. But it's also true what Patty says. A lot of niche franchises can still get regular events. I have attended one of the Atelier events, which was a smaller event, but still has an event yearly to buy yearly. It should also be mentioned that Komitia is one that we talked about earlier, which is a event that is dedicated specifically to original doujinshi only. So no derivative fan works, basically nothing based on existing franchises. Yeah, I am going this year. It's the mall. No, it's true. Printer companies focus on the doujin industry. There are several that focus on it exclusively. It's pretty wild. Then some other sites you can check are both Yu and Akabu. They have their own list of specific events. But one way to look up overall events that can be quite useful is going to the websites of printers. So Eiko is actually one of the big doujinshi printer companies, and one that I personally recommend. Eiko has good service, a lot of options, and they also have an extensive list of upcoming events throughout the year. Even if you are not attending as a circle, it will give you a good overview of what events are coming up, and also which categories. Oh yeah. Now, as an artist, you can also stand in the 7-Eleven using a scanner and printer. I have also been there. I've also helped my friends staple their books together. Luckily, there are many printers who will also print the day before, but that can be a little pricey. So people are still making them at the at the convenience. That's not a thing of the past. They're still doing that. Yep. Oh yeah, no. A lot of them, the printer, the copy bond, as they're sometimes called. Sometimes they just give them away for free as a freebie at events. But yeah, please support them. Please support them. Like, so much passion goes into doujinshi. Like, so much hard work. Please show the artist love when you get there. So that's like some of the ways you can like find doujinshi events around the year. But of course, you can also buy stuff online. I recommend consignment websites like Toranoana and Mellow Books, because this way the money will go to the artist, as well as boots, which a lot of artists are electing to do because they will basically accept anyone. Um, of course, there are secondhand websites, but be aware at least that this is like a bit of a gray zone depending on the artist. Many artists will book in their book like, I would rather you burn this book and throw it in the trash than sell it secondhand. Depending on the artist, they can be a little bit intense about this, so keep that in mind. When at all possible, please support the artist directly by buying it from them or buying it from a consignment website like Tora, Mellow Books, or Boots. Isn't the middle pic a bit too sucks? It's okay, all the relevant parts are blurred out. I made sure to censor the pictures that I needed to censor for Twitch. Yeah. Like, I love, like, as somebody who has also been on the small side of the circles, like, it makes artists immensely happy when you buy stuff from them, like, especially if they're, like, in the middle. Like, so many artists, like, put out amazing stuff and they haven't been found yet, There's, like, some lovely stories there. And I know not all of you can necessarily, read Japanese, but so much love goes into these books. I know this is a tough sell, but like if you're a really big fan of the characters or like the franchise, I consider buying them from the artist anyway. Though there's of course art books as well, you know. Basically whatever you can do to support them. And that is basically my presentation. Thank you all for joining me today. I will happily answer some questions if you guys have them. It's, I was joking that this was gonna be a 3-hour presentation, but it turned out to be 4 hours. Aren't you glad I cut out 30 pages? I think we might have gone for 6 otherwise. Thank you everybody. Thank you for the watchy. Oh, 1 second. Oh, can I make it? Stop it. There we go. You did so good. Thank you. Yeah, there's so much unfiltered passion. Like I am unironically when I say that like doujinshi are like and doujin merch and all that kind of stuff is like one of the purest forms of fan expression, and I'm very passionate about it. And it's one of the purest forms of love. And please support the artist and support the events. And if you ever get a chance to go, I really recommend it. That was amazing. Thank you. I'm glad that you guys sat through the entire presentation with me. I had a lot of fun, and I was honestly a little bit nervous today. Just because it is a subject that's very close to me and that I'm very passionate about. Like, I was more nervous about this than like doing karaoke. I'm glad you guys will be able to be well prepared. It took me 2 weeks to make the presentation. I put a lot of time into it. So I really hope you guys enjoyed it. I really love the doujinshi culture, so even if you like don't get the chance to go ever, I still hope that you learned a thing or two, and like maybe you learned a little bit about the kind of like love and appreciation that goes into it. Oh, first of all, thank you for the subs, 1 per hour. Thank you. So I hope that was educational and that a lot of you came out with like some extra appreciation for doujinshi. Any New Year's plans? I mean, my New Year's plans are go to COMIKET tomorrow, go to COMIKET the day after. Then in the evening we'll do a countdown stream to New Year's. Whenever I get back from COMIKET and having dinner and stuff. And then on the 1st, I'm planning to go Fukubuko shopping. Just like last year, I will probably... Oh! Pimit! Thank you for gifting the subs. Thank you. 5. Oh my god. Thank you. And then Fukubuko shopping, for people who don't know, you're basically getting lucky bags with like goods inside of them. Just like last year, I'll probably be doing it in Akihabara again. So I'll be hitting up all of the usual stores. So like I usually don't get I get like a couple from the anime stores, but only if they have dedicated bags and stuff I'm interested in. as well as like I I go for the PC soft stuff. So I usually pick up a couple of Aero game bags because you get some good deals on those, especially the special editions. Um, and then I usually also pick up some of the gaming bags and so on. Chicho, thank you so much for the subs, you all. Thank you, thank you. Um, so um, then the other thing, like one of you guys asked what I'm aiming for. I am a little bit shy discussing like the exact circles I'm after. But I this year I will be definitely be checking out like some of the VTuber and Hololive stuff as well as a lot of the original endeavors on the second day. On the second day, especially, I'll be going after Monster Go related things as well as dojin games for if you get my drift. But that's all I am gonna share because I get a little bit embarrassed going into the details. I don't have like any plans for the corporate area specifically. I'm not sure if I'll have time for it today. I mean this year, but I'll probably like walk around if I wind up having a lot of time. I like picking up like the PC soft if like there's anything interesting around. I'll probably be like checking out the original TRPGs as well. And well, that's basically the categories I'm going to. Like aside from that, there's like I'll probably be looking through the Gundam area, but there's no like specific like anime that I'm like after this year's. Unlike other years where I do often have something I'm going after anime wise. So I probably the first day I will be walking. Like after I'm done with the VTuber and Hololive section, I will probably like walk through the area in general and see what I can find. There's like a decent amount of Mercury stuff, yeah. And yeah, there are kimono mini events, indeed, indeed. Oh, Wax, thank you so much for the gift subs. Thank you, thank you. So yeah, like without too much detail, those are some of the things I'm gonna be looking into. And I'm quite excited. I'm gonna wake up early. But that's, it's worth it. I'm not going as early as I have in previous years because like I said before, like it's not really worth it to go like at 6 a.m. anymore because of the early event tickets. So I'll probably arrive like between 8 and 10. Yeah. Don't worry, I'll eat breakfast. I know it's very important. I usually try to go for like an onigiri in the morning, like something quick and filling. That will keep you like satiated throughout the day, or at least the waiting area. And that is basically my plan. Yes, later started as a Wamato Jinchika. Exactly. I also have a jug of water. Oh, don't worry. I make sure I'm very hydrated. My go-to is the salty lychee. Yeah, only 8 to 10. Like I said, Betty, like, coming really early doesn't matter much anymore since the introduction of, like, early tickets. Because, like, if you didn't buy an early ticket and now it's too late because they were already sold out, and they were sold by lottery system anyway, if you don't have an early ticket, it kind of defeats the point of, like, arriving really early because there's going to be people in front of the line anyway, you know? There are, like, a couple of, like, oh, that was snarky. Oh, okay. There are like a couple of wall circles I'd like to check out, and I think that like one particular artist that I like is like a wall circle on the second day. So there's a chance their book is gonna be sold out, but I'm just gonna have to deal with it when that happens, I didn't get an early ticket, so there's only so much I can do. I'll be happy to pick up their old books at the very least. But yeah, that is my weekend plans, and I'll probably be seeing you again on Sunday. Because then whenever I am done with the event, we'll start doing the countdown. Look forward to the hall. I will probably be a little bit too embarrassed to take pictures of the hall. Maybe from the side, just the spines, so nobody can see what they are. Yeah, nowadays you can often support them on Scab as well if you miss the dojin or the fan box. Exactly, that's very true. But yeah, that is basically all I got for you guys today. I I hope you had like just a good time as I had, and I'm gonna find somebody for us to write into so I can get plenty of sleep tonight. Oh, Bruno, thank you for gifting a sub. Thank you. Oh, please enjoy the emotes. Let me see who is live. Oh, we've got quite a lot of people live. I guess because we're ending a little bit earlier than usual. Let's wait into Piff. She's just getting started with some art from the looks of it. So, there we go. Bang over stream. Thank you, thank you. This was still super fun. Yeah, I'm really glad. Like, I hope that, like, even those of you who never plan to attend COMIKET or go to Japan, like, still, learned a little thing or two about Japanese doujinshi culture, because it's one of my favorite things, you know? Have a good day. Oh, be safe in the Thunderdome. Thank you, thank you. Let me grab Pip's channel, get the raid started. There we go. Okay. And thank you all so much for watching. To any of the lurkers, thank you for lurking. And if you're watching the VOD, thank you for watching the VOD. And I'll be back again on Sunday. So till then, anybody who is heading out to war, may you, meet victory on the battlefield. And all of you going to sleep, have sweet bunny dreams. And if you are not going to sleep, have a good rest of your day. I believe in you, and I'll see you all next time. Bye-bye.